Is these companies just completely abuse the HB1 system where they can hire foreign workers cheaper for things that Americans are actually qualified to do, where you've got the Elon Musks of the world saying, Americans do not invest enough in STEM education and these kinds of engineering degrees and all these kinds of things. So you should want the best and brightest wherever they come from. And that's who we should want to attract through our legal immigration system. Both of them, it's interesting, have said, I will go to war over this, Bannon and Musk. They've both threatened to kind of burn down the house over it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out because, listen, Bannon was one of the architects, he would argue, of Trump's success the first time around, of standing with him through some really ugly stuff. He went to jail. Elon is the current guy. I mean, he is attached to the hip to the president-elect, and it's got to be inevitable at some point that these very powerful men jostling around President Trump are going to butt heads.
President Biden also talked in that farewell address about how it's going to take a while for people. I'm paraphrasing, but basically, it's going to take a while for you people to see the good that we did. Mm-hmm. I wonder how history remembers Joe Biden.
Yeah, I do too, because listen, data out there, what people perceived and what came across in the economic numbers and inflation, all the things that we went through, it was a rough patch for a lot of people. They haven't recovered. And even if inflation has slowed, those prices were jacked up and they don't come back down. And if wages didn't match that, people felt a really difficult time through this Biden term. He'll talk about the fact that there were things accomplished, but and misinformation and lack of communication is what hurt him. And that's why he doesn't think people assess him in the way that he perceives he's accomplished things with infrastructure bill and all these other things. So you heard that from him, too, in that farewell address, real concerns about the fact checkers are leaving social media. And I think that he feels like when he's asked about his big regrets in all these exit interviews, it hasn't been the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal or different things that happened. It has been that people didn't get my message, that misinformation got in the way.
Pennsylvania Senate Democrat John Fetterman met with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago, saying there are areas of agreement. Now, do you see maybe less Democratic Party resistance to Trump policies this time around, just by virtue of the fact that they're in the minority across the board, or maybe in part because it seems like the American people actually want some of this stuff, obviously?
Yeah, we've got these brand new Fox polls out this week that showed us that people do want cooperation on the Hill. Democrats and Republicans who responded to our polling said, yes, I want these two sides working together. Congress has a terrible approval rating. I think in the polling, it's like at 26%, which is really the worst of most of the institutions that we ask about. And people feel hopeful. They do want Democrats and Republicans to work together, the majority of them. Now, we're also seeing some people on the left have complete meltdowns, saying the Democrats are rolling over and they're doing Trump's bidding, and how dare Fetterman go to Mar-a-Lago, or how dare they vote for the Laken Riley Act, and we need them to stand up. They're using colorful language. Some F-bombs and things have been used, like the Democrats need to wake up. And so there are those who don't want the working together. They do want the resistance, but the majority of American people, it looks like in our polling, say, okay, the dust is settled, this is the result of the election, let's get some stuff done.
Well, some Republicans in Congress are calling on conditions for something that is probably going to have to get done: fire aid in California. This has become very politicized, notwithstanding the people that are now homeless and the people who have died and their families. But it's become a very political issue. Is that even something that's doable, putting conditions on federal disaster aid?
I mean, it is possible. The conversation on the Hill among those who think it's a good idea say, why are we going to send more money to a situation that we feel like is not being managed well, knowing that in their estimation, without clearing the underbrush and managing the forestry in a more responsible way, you're only going to have more fires. So yes, let's send the aid that they need because people are desperate right now, but let's do it in a way that has some strings attached. Like, okay, then in the next 18 months, you got to do X, Y, Z with respect to the environment there. We'll see. I mean, I think people know that the optics of that can come across as unfeeling when there are people who are so devastated and evacuated, businesses gone, schools gone, houses of worship gone. But there is definitely a real attitude from a lot of folks on the Hill. We don't want to pour good money after bad if they're not going to change the policies that will lead to another round of the same kind of destruction.
Last thing, I don't know if you followed it or not, but did you follow this Supreme Court age verification Texas adult content case?
I did.
So there are privacy and free speech concerns. First of all, explain what the law is about and then any sense of how the court might rule.
So Texas, along with some of the other states, are trying to tackle these porn sites that operate on the internet and wanting to have, in Texas' case, they want some age verification. They don't want kids and people being able to log on easily to this. So they want some age verification measures. The ACLU and others have argued this is a violation of privacy if you're going to force somebody to turn over an identifier like a driver's license or something to show your ID, to show that you meet the legal requirements of accessing these porn sites. So free speech, pornography has always had this odd, position within the First Amendment. The court tends to be very protective on First Amendment issues. But they also, many of the justices seemed very skeptical yesterday that Texas should not have the ability to protect younger people from seeing things that they don't think younger people should be seeing. I mean, we have age restrictions on all kinds of things that people can partake in society. So it seemed like there was a vibe that they were going to be supportive, probably a majority of them, of Texas upholding this law, which would require some age verification. But it's always hard to know from the arguments alone.
Yeah.
So now we wait.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Living the Bream podcast. Looking forward to more conversations about Trump 2.0 over the next weeks and months and years.
Here we go, Chris.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-250-7807. 800-250-7807. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-250-7807.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
More coming up.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I zipped him too quickly, and he says, I want my damn flag. Ray in Warminster.
You Christmas story Santa Claus me. I'm hurt.
If you can come to the inauguration party that we're having at the Newtown Athletic Club next Monday, we will do the handoff there.
I'm going to do my very best, and I appreciate you guys very much.
You got it. All right. Can I hang up on him? I don't want to. All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to drop on him. There we go. There he is.
Thanks, Ray.
In Warminster, joining us here again.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most. Happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH-funding.com.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't? I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow fell 68, the S&P 500 off 13, the Nasdaq fell 173. After earnings reports Thursday, Bank of America fell 1%, despite beating estimates and profits more than doubling from a year ago. Shares of Morgan Stanley up 4% after that company beat revenue expectations. Today we get earnings reports from Citizens Financial Group, among others. Initial unemployment claims up 14,000 last week to 217,000. Mortgage rates now over 7% for the first time in 8 months. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage now 7.04%, according to Freddie Mac. Retail sales rose in December, though not as much as economists predicted for the holiday season, 0.4%. And Trump Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent appeared before the Senate Finance Committee Thursday, saying he believes inflation will move closer to the Fed's target rate of 2%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Health advocates have been trying to get red dye number 3 out of food for years, and the FDA finally agrees, more than 3 decades after removing it from cosmetics in the U.S. because of a possible cancer risk. The dye adds color to a variety of foods, from candy and cakes to maraschino cherries. And the International Association of Color Manufacturers is pushing back on safety concerns by highlighting part of the FDA's statement that the way Red 3 causes cancer in male rats does not occur in humans. But the FDA is also removing its authorization for Red Dye 3 for ingested drugs, including cough syrup, at a time when President-elect Trump and his nominee for health secretary are raising broader concerns about health and the food supply.
Why are kids getting so sick? Why are 38% of teens in the United States pre-diabetic? Why are 50% of teens overweight or obese? That's 3% in Japan.
Callie Means, co-founder of TrueMed and an advisor to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., tells Fox News change can happen quickly.
We have the ability in America to not poison our kids. We have the ability in America to work with our farmers to be healthy. Yes, this is doable.
Red Dye 3 won't be gone overnight. This week's FDA decision gives food makers 2 years to remove it, allowing 3 years for drug makers.
So these chemicals have been on the market for decades.
Dr. Peter Lurie is executive director of the Center for Science and the Public Interest, a nonprofit consumer advocacy organization that led the petition effort against Red Dye 3, which isn't the only chemical dye that's been used in U.S. foods.
Many of them are what are called coal tar dyes. Coal tar dyes are actually well known to cause cancer. And so it wasn't surprising that quite a number of those turned out to do so. And a number of them came off the market. So at some point, there were probably a couple of dozen of them, of these so-called certified food dyes. But over the years, particularly as cancer information has occurred, it's been whittled down to about 9.
Do we know how much red dye or, similar chemical products have to be consumed to create a health risk for someone?
Well, FDA does have an acceptable daily intake level for these. But, we don't really know very well who's taking how much and so forth. And quite possibly there are some groups of people, especially young children, who might be taking more than other groups. When you're a certified food dye, you do have to report to the FDA every year on the exact number of pounds that are being created. And that's on the order of 200,000 for red dye number 3. That doesn't make it the largest. The larger ones are actually red 40, yellow 5, and yellow 6 by a pretty large margin, in fact. And red 3 comes in a little bit after that.
So has your group, I know you were a lead petitioner to get rid of red dye 3, do you also have existing petitions for some of those other dyes?
We do have petitions for the other dyes, but for a different purpose. So the current action focuses on red 3 and its potential to cause cancer. And we can get into detail in that as we move on. But we also have a separate petition that deals with really pretty much all of these remaining dyes, because there is evidence that shows that collectively they're associated with ADHD, attention deficit type symptoms in some young children. And so we have a separate petition that seeks a warning label on those. Out in California, in addition to seeking a warning, we have obtained actually a ban on those food dyes in the school food program. And the argument for a ban for children in the school program in particular is, one, that children are the ones who appear to be most susceptible to the behavioral effects. And two, that children are in a kind of captive environment in the school where they have no choice but to eat what is provided to them. And so for that reason, they don't really have any choice, and stronger action is justified.
The FDA commissioner has actually warned Congress just recently that bans might not survive legal challenges from food manufacturers, especially if a health risk hasn't been, scientifically proven, let's say, in humans instead of just in the lab with rats.
Yeah. So when it comes to red 3, I don't really see much of a problem there. The food additives, which is the category that we're dealing with here, are subject to something called the Delaney Clause. And the Delaney Clause is remarkably clear. It dates back to 1958 or 1960, depending on which particular Delaney Clause. And it states that you cannot add to the food supply anything that, quote, causes cancer in humans or animals. That's what it says. You don't have to show a cancer risk in humans, and there are good reasons for that, which I can explain if you like. But all you have to show is a risk in animals. And that is actually pretty incontrovertible. And even FDA had to acknowledge that a little bit late, but they managed to do it eventually. And so, proper studies were done with the right number of rats for the right amount of time. And some of them got red 3 and some of them did not. And the ones who got red 3 got a bunch more thyroid cancer than the ones that didn't. And so that is evidence of causing cancer in animals and more than enough to trigger a ban under the Delaney Clause.
Is this something that people should be more concerned about? I mean, we're talking about a cancer risk from something that is added to a wide variety of, different types of foods. How could it cause cancer? And again, should people be more concerned about it?
Well, look, obviously we're concerned enough about it to try to take an action to get it banned. The way that people ought to be protected against something like this is not by informing themselves, looking at ingredients lists, and avoiding chemicals that they, based on their own research, have determined to be dangerous. The way to protect the American consumer is for the government to review the data because they have the expertise, and then to follow the law and take it off the market if it's dangerous. That way, consumers can shop in peace. But unfortunately, until now, you've really had to go and go all the way through the ingredient list in order to find this. And that will be the case for the next 3 years until the product is actually removed from the market because the additive is removed from the market because there's a phase-in period. But the right solution is a policy solution, not a consumer behavior solution. And we're glad that we're finally getting to that point.
Mm-hmm. Changes like this do often take time. This decision is based on a petition from 2022. But what do you make of the timing? Because it is just before the new Trump administration comes in, possibly with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as health secretary. He has sounded the alarm about thousands of additives that are still allowed in food in the U.S. that are not allowed in Europe, for instance.
Yeah, and this, generally speaking, is one of them. Not allowed in Europe, not allowed in Australia, but until now has been allowed here. Well, to be honest, in the scheme of things, 3 years from 2022 to the present, even less, given the time of the year that we petitioned, is not that much time in the scheme of things, the way FDA responds. What's more interesting from a timing point of view is that the FDA itself concluded in 1990 that red dye number 3 caused cancer, back in 1990. And not only did it conclude that and take until now to act on red dye number 3 in foods, but back in 1990, when it concluded that, it said, that it would remove, and did remove, red dye number 3 from topical drugs and cosmetics. So it decided back then to ban it. And the second thing that it did, B, was that it promised to do the same thing in foods. So it did the first part of it right there and then, promised to do the second, and then 34 years went by until they finally got around to doing the second part of what they promised. So the delay that we're interested in is a 34-year delay, during which it was somehow illegal to have this in lipstick, but legal to have it in food.
Dr. Lurie says part of the problem with the current system is a loophole known as GRAS, which stands for Generally Recognized as Safe. It allows companies to put a food additive on the market without an FDA review, if that substance is generally recognized among qualified experts to be safe under the conditions of its intended use. Lurie is hoping the process will change.
If the so-called MAHA, Make American Health Again movement, has any meaning, one of the things that they would be looking at is this GRAS process. Now, I haven't heard RFK Jr. talk about GRAS, but perhaps when he digs into it a little bit more, you'll find out about this and start to take some action. That is probably the single most important reform that is needed in this area of additives. A second reform that FDA is working on has to do with assessing chemicals after they've been on the market for a while, and if you learn that something is going wrong. That's a little bit more like the Red 3 situation. But what we'd like to see, especially, is something that takes on the chemicals before they come to market, that assesses them. And that's what they do in Europe. You don't simply add things to the food supply and later on decide if they're safe or not. In Europe, you have to provide the information on safety to the regulatory authority up front. And that's the way it ought to be. That's what GRAS reform would look like. It may well take a statutory change. And if RFK wants to work on that, we'd be happy to work on it with him.
Many additives and dyes don't actually impact the flavor of food. Are Europeans doing something different to make their foods more appealing without including potentially, harmful chemicals? And do we need to maybe retrain American consumers about what foods should look like?
Yeah, well, certainly, Red 3 and the rest of these color additives are, the poster child for that kind of thing, right? These are things that have no nutritional value whatsoever. And their purpose is to make the appearance of food be different than what it naturally would be. So, they're just really, in the end, food cosmetics and nothing more nor less. And for that reason, Congress had a very low bar as far as their safety is concerned and applied this Delaney clause. So, at the end of the day, it's a lot to ask Americans to retrain themselves, as you put it. The better way is for the government to act on consumers' behalf and make sure that nothing dangerous gets added. But it doesn't really make sense to have a belief or a policy that says all additives are bad. I mean, I agree with you that, all things being equal, fewer might be better, but you have to, consider them one by one, because some of these additives are doing useful things, right? So we don't want a situation where additives are forced out of the market and the result of it is that food goes bad more often, that people get food poisoning as a consequence. So, they do have particular functions, and each of those has to be considered, and at the same time as any risk that they might have has to be considered as well.
Dr. Peter Lurie, Executive Director of the Center for Science in the Public Interest. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey
everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Venaria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or venariadental.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Each one of their 16,000 pieces is meticulously cared for and inspected before being displayed. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Archives of Fox News Talk.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A deal's been reached between Israel and Hamas to release hostages and end the war in Gaza. Incoming ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, on Fox.
You don't make peace with people like that. Hamas is not a government. It's criminals. It's terrorists. It's thugs. They're savages. And anything they say is not trustworthy.
The Israeli cabinet votes Saturday. The Supreme Court's decision on the U.S.'s ban on TikTok could come as early as today. This, as the Associated Press is reporting, President Biden will not enforce the ban. That takes effect Sunday. It will leave instead the fate of the bill in the hands of President-elect Trump. And New York City's Democratic mayor planning to meet with President-elect Donald Trump in Florida today. This meeting fueling speculation that the president-elect is considering pardoning Adams, who's currently facing federal corruption charges. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The NBA had a matchup between the top 2 teams in the league Thursday night, and it wasn't close. The Oklahoma City Thunder rolled past the Cavaliers, handing Cleveland a 134-114 loss. It was the worst loss of the season for the Cavaliers after winning the first meeting against the Thunder on January 8th. For OKC, they were led by star guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who had 40 points in just 29 minutes of work. The Thunder have now won 19 of their last 20 regular season matchups and 4 straight after falling to Cleveland last week. Oklahoma City and Cleveland now have matching records of 34-6, tops in the NBA. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Jaden Daniels and his success this year is the reason why Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, and both of them, are going to go, if not top 2, in the top 3 or 4 picks in the draft. Why? Because Jaden Daniels is the number 2 overall pick. C.J. Stroud was the number 2 overall pick. Oftentimes, it's when the choice is made for you for a quarterback-needy team that it works out better than the team that picked first. I'm not burying Caleb Williams or anything, but through 1 year, give me Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams. And Caleb Williams is the number 1 overall pick. Now, he could go on to have a better career than Daniels, but I'd be very surprised at this point if that's the case, given the system, given the franchise that Daniels is with, and the perfect fit through 1 year. C.J. Stroud, another great example of number 2 pick. You take your chance on quarterback when you're a quarterback-needy team for that reason. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. American Express is paying more than $138 million to resolve a wire fraud investigation related to its sales and marketing practices. New York prosecutors say the financial giant provided inaccurate tax advice to customers on wire products that were targeted to small and mid-sized businesses. One investigator said American Express was touting tax breaks to customers that simply didn't exist. The company says it ended the practice in 2021 and terminated about 200 employees. Greystar, the biggest apartment landlord in the country, is being sued by the Federal Trade Commission. The government says the company collected millions of dollars in junk fees dating back to at least 2019. The lawsuit claims the company deceives renters about costs, piles mandatory fees on top of the rents they advertise, and then makes hundreds of millions from those hidden fees. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high-interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait. Apply today.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff.
Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we broadcast live from the Piazza Auto Group and Premium Automobile Studios. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. A Friday in which, as usual, we will chat with our buddy, our pal, our amigo, Sean Farish, live from Nashville at 8:30. We'll see what Mr. Trump is thinking and what he has to say, as we're just one business day away from Inauguration Day. Dawn Stenzelin, good morning. How are you?
Woohoo, good. I'm good. A lot of snow in the forecast.
What the hell is that about? Where did that come from last night?
I mean, I did say yesterday we flurries, but that was more than flurries yesterday and this morning.
That was. I actually slipped and had a little skid action coming into my development. My brakes locked up. I was having like flashbacks to Dawn reading that Meineke ad about are your brakes locking up? And I'm like, they're locking up right now. Where are you? Hello, Gregory.
Hi. Yeah, I did not have scraping my windshield this morning at 4:30 a.m. on my bingo card, but here we are.
Yeah.
So, happy Friday, everybody. And look, it looks like there's going to be snow in the forecast for the Eagles game on Sunday.
Eagles!
So,
but that's good news for us.
Yeah, because L.A. can't.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to.
Yeah, L.A. can't. You can stop right there.
Look at their stats
Yeah.
in bad weather.
Yep.
It's like,
Look at you.
Dawn with the stats in the bad weather. Look at that.
Stats.
That's
That's right,
Stensland.
baby.
Yep.
Dawn's got the numbers. Oh, beautiful. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. A big take on the future of TikTok.
Uh-oh.
Warren said that's because it's not a real truck.
Wow.
I knew that.
It's a little.
Didn't say it, Warren.
That's just.
Yeah, it is a little lighter
That
than
is
your average truck.
That is just not appropriate at 6:02 in the morning, Warren.
I know, Warren. By the way, totally underrated name, Warren.
Love that name, Warren.
Yes.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yep.
So we'll get to TikTok this morning. Can Donald Trump get a executive order to prevent the app with CCP ties, allegedly?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that because Sunday's the expiration of TikTok in America. So if you have it on your phone, it might not work when you wake up Sunday morning if you're going to post some ridiculous video about your pronouns.
Wait, so at the end of, like at 9:55 today, we have to give Eagles predictions and TikTok prediction?
Oh,
I'll predict anything.
Nice.
We could take predictions on whether I wake up tomorrow or not.
How do you say that? Don't say that.
Fine by me. I love making predictions.
By the way,
yeah.
So if you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/1210WPHT, I think, I don't know, I should know that, but just put in 1210WPHT on Facebook, you can find it.
It'll come up.
All the information on the live broadcast on Monday is up there with a nice little picture of all of us. Diane asked if you need tickets for Monday. You do not.
Yeah.
Just show up. It's completely free.
Yep.
You can show up anytime you want to. Somebody says, do we have to be there at 6 a.m.? No,
Yeah.
you don't. But if you want a good seat and you want to be there for all the fun and frivolity, I would get there as early as you possibly can. But no, it's free.
Yep.
It's we're just hanging out there watching the inauguration.
Yeah, and much like some voting districts, you don't even need ID to get in.
Oh, dude, it's so funny now. I have a clip of Joy Reid now saying there may have been somebody may have done something to some of the voting machines.
Oh.
So she's
Well,
like, I didn't believe it before, but I believe it now.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
will MSNBC be slapped with a $788 million suit?
Well, she did this on her own platform, so it was not on.
Oh, so she's free of punishment.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
I'm just saying now that all of a sudden she
Yeah.
thinks that there is shenanigans that happen in the 2024 election.
So if Greg Stocker was the brand manager at MSNBC and he saw Joy post that on perhaps her own platform, he would say,
not everything needs to be on Twitter. Thank you.
exactly right. Also, State Farm, major admission. ESPN, major admission. LA wildfires, New Orleans terror attack. We'll give you those updates this morning. And a trifecta of miserables will not be attending.
That's funny.
This is trifecta. Yes.
It's trifecta.
Trifecta. Will not be attending the inauguration on Monday. Who are the three, as Stocker would say, miserable broads
Oh, no. Wow.
that will not show up?
Stalker would say. How dare
Stocker
you?
would say.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
All right.
As we continue. Cut sheet 745, Farish at 8:30. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. Stats Stensland.
Good morning. Happy Friday, January 17th. A chilly day. It's 27 degrees. A lot of fender benders, slipping and sliding. So as you make your way in this morning, like Nick said, don't slam on, don't hit those brakes too hard.
Yep.
Because especially the overpasses, seriously. So 27 degrees. But I will tell you a treat in store just for today as far as the temperature. And then we'll talk about the snow and the timing of all the snow this weekend. We are sponsored by Newtown Athletic Club. Of course, we'll all be there Monday morning. Can't wait for the big inaugural day. And we'll have that forecast too. Terrifying moments unfolding in Philadelphia's Germantown section when police say this gunman opened fire on a driver wounding the driver, just missing a woman who was sitting in the passenger seat. So this is, according to police, they're investigating this situation, and they say that bullet holes, riddling this car on the passenger side. The driver, all bloodied, fled the scene on the 1200 block of East Stafford Street, drives to Germantown Ave in the nearby Mount Airy neighborhood, calls 911 overnight. He's hospitalized in serious conditions. Police trying to figure this out. Why? What was the motive? It appears there's some saying it's road rage, but we don't have all that information. Was this a simple road rage? What was going on here?
I get road rage all the time. I just, usually just curse or act like the girl on TLC, Balin, and just.
Oh, did you watch that?
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Wait,
phenomenal.
Now, remind everybody she
has Tourette syndrome.
And she says things.
She blurts out like, I think Greg and I would love to do if the FCC didn't exist.
I want to marry this girl. I'm
not going that far.
I love her.
And by the way, her boyfriend is in the Air Force.
Yeah.
And they ask in the episode I watched last night if she has tics during moments of intimacy.
Oh, which could be good.
Do you guys want to take a guess as to whether or not she does? Yes or no?
I would assume she does.
Yes.
She has tics for everything, right?
The answer is no.
Really?
The more stressed out she gets, the more they happen. The more she's completely stress-free, relaxed, and happy, which is, usually the way most of us feel when we're, doing the, the crazy thing. She has none. She's tick-free.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that means she's a satisfied woman.
Well, that means
right?
half the fun of. Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
Shouting.
Sit back and drink my coffee and watch you get up.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Greg Stalker, silk stockings.
Nobody knows what that means. It's a 90s reference from a USA show that nobody watched. Thank you.
Just you and me.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, no, it's a great show. I enjoyed it. I'm going to watch a lot of it now. I don't think I've ever watched TLC, but I will now.
You crack me up.
Actually, I take that back. I've watched Dr. Pimple Popper.
Yeah, they have TLC is a great channel. It has my 600-pound life on it. Where
is that where that show is?
Where there's big fatos who literally can't move.
That's
out of
coming
bed.
back.
They take cranes that get them out of the second story.
Chris Christie coming up for season 5.
Stop.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I love it.
It's a sin.
All those 600-pound life people. Every time you ask them, they're like, I don't know how I got this way.
Yeah.
I just eat a light breakfast, a salad for lunch, and then I eat Idaho for dinner.
If any of those individuals live longer than I do, I'm gonna have to talk to the man upstairs when I get there.
I've lost 18 pounds. This is good. Another 520 to go.
Like, hey, God, I know you're in charge of everything, but explain this one to me.
Sorry, we're already off the reality 609.
Right. We do have an update from police, and this is an update on a very sad situation that happened this week involving a high school senior who we've been telling you about, according to authorities, the school, city officials even speaking out about the murder, the gunning down of 17-year-old Noah Scurry. You may recall he's a basketball player, student athlete, and the word was had the highest SAT score in his entire school. And so now a couple of developments on this one. First of all, police have said, this is in the Feltonville section of Philadelphia, by the way. First of all, investigators say they found a vehicle they believe was involved in Noah's murder. He was shot to death as he was about to go to school, 7:15 a.m. Tuesday morning, just to refresh your memory here, with his mother. So this development comes as police try to figure out if the crime was indeed a targeted attack. So this was a city impound lot where they now have this white Jeep Grand Cherokee. It does have front end damage, and it's now impounded because it's in connection with the crime. They want to do, obviously, forensics on this. They found the vehicle in the city's Summerdale section, right near the intersection of Summerdale and Godfrey, and they found this on Wednesday. So police believe that this Jeep is connected to the shooting of 17-year-old Noah Scurry. He was shot to death behind his family's home, 5000 block of Rohr Street, Feltonville, as he was getting ready to leave for school with his mom. as I said, on 7:15 in the morning, and he was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital within less than 35 minutes.
I'm assuming this was a walker, as far as you have to walk to school, or was the mom driving?
Yeah, I think they were that he lives pretty close to school. I think they were actually behind the family's home, and they were getting into the car.
Okay.
So mom was going to be driving. He was approaching the passenger side. He's gunned down.
Got it.
Mom unhurt.
Okay.
And so we've been talking about the fact they have grief counselors at the school. And so the mother has not wanted to go on camera, devastated. The entire family devastated. And he was a star athlete, star standout student, we're told, at Fells High School. So they found the vehicle. They're still trying to investigate. I will tell you, there's a lot I cannot report because, like, I have teenage boys. There's a whole other narrative going on, social media, etc. He was a rapper, and there is a rap video of him. And in that, they're wearing those masks, and the masks where they're like the anonymous, but they appear to have firearms in the rap video. And so the question...
More to this story,
There's a lot more to this story.
I mean, the kid's got a high SATs. He seems like he's buttoned up academically and athletically, and then possibly something stupid on social media.
Well, so the question is, so some of his rap songs, are they just lyrics? Is he trying to just be like a gangsta, or did he do the things that he's rapping about? Did somebody feel respected? You know, we've talked to law enforcement all the time about these kinds of things escalating. But remember, he escaped there was another shooting where he looked like he was a target, and that was last May.
Oh, well, then this one is absolutely a targeted attack.
There's
you have
more.
to believe that, right?
Yeah, it looks
you start
like
connecting all the dots.
Nick, it looks like there's more to the story here.
Always is.
It's awful.
Amen. So we have that going on. Philadelphia police being a bit tight-lipped. That also tells me something. So we also have another story, and that one has to do with Philadelphia police looking for a woman accused of assaulting another woman. This happened in Center City this week, 1200 block of Filbert Street. I mean, pretty graphic. If you look at the video, and there's pretty good video of her nowadays. All these surveillance cameras have digital availability. So investigators say the suspect asked the woman to buy her cigarettes. When the woman refused, the suspect headbutted her, bit her finger, and then tried to grab her pocketbook and steal her purse. Police say the suspect stole the victim's hat and the victim's wig.
Oh, no.
Not just the hat, but the wig.
Jeez.
Off this lady's head.
Wow.
It's a sin.
It is. Headbutts, biting, wig ripping. Why don't you just spit on them while you're at it? Ultimate disrespect.
So we have that going on. Your big takes on TikTok, right? We have a lot of Trump news,
Yep.
a lot of news from yesterday in D.C., the confirmation hearings, a lot of explosive stuff. And you're talking about President Biden's, what he has decided and announced, his administration, about the plans, yes or no, to fine the companies if TikTok's ban goes into effect Sunday. That's my little teaser because Nick's about to give you a whole great big take. Newtown Athletic Club is our sponsor. It's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club, or NAC. Bucks County, the NAC offers just a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate every single stage of your life. That's what's awesome about it. First of all, it's huge, it's luxurious, it's beautiful, and it is immaculate. It's clean. So from the youth programs to active aging, young families, empty nesters, just schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com, newtownathletic.com. Remember, we'll be there on Monday.
Woo.
So during one of the commercial breaks, just schedule maybe a little tour.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take it with you. Maybe Nick Kayal or Greg Stocker will. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So it's pretty awesome. As far as the forecast, real quick here, flurries right now, 41 degrees for your high today, 43 for your Saturday tomorrow. So we're in the 40s out of the big chill, but some precipitation Saturday. That's ahead of Sunday, which is the forecast we all care about, because this is 34 degrees on your Sunday, and this is our Eagles, which... So here's the deal. 3 p.m. obviously is the matchup time, tailgating all day before and after. So when we think about Sunday, we could see in the city of Philadelphia, and they're watching these ever-changing models. But yeah, we could see several inches in parts of the region. So right now they're saying 1 to 2 inches for the city, but even in the northwest of the city, in the suburbs, we could see 3, maybe 5 inches.
Okay.
Wow.
So what if that scooches over?
Scooches.
Scooches.
Yep.
So I tell my dog, scooch.
Yep.
So flurry's good, cold good, because we're playing a, pansy team. But
Dome Los Angeles team.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we're watching the forecast.
All
It's
right.
very
As long as it
important.
doesn't impact us Monday morning, that's all I care about.
Yeah, Monday. So the forecast Monday is, it's
It's going to be cold.
It's frigid.
Yeah.
But
one
we'll
of
be
the
inside,
coldest.
so, yeah.
They're saying it's the coldest inauguration since, I think, 85?
Yes.
Yeah. So 26 degrees.
Yeah.
And then the windshield. So will President Trump
Hopefully he
wear
has a lot
his
of
long johns?
Well, he probably needs a lot of hairspray to make sure that
The
hair
wind.
doesn't move.
And he's going to be outside, and then he's going to say things like,
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
exactly.
Hey, I'm Dawn Stensland, Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 6:17 Friday morning. Let's wrap it up with another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It's brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. TikTok goes the clock on TikTok's future. In the social media era that we live in, you can actually argue that no other platform has skyrocketed in popularity quite like TikTok, right? The app that is owned by the company ByteDance, which has direct ties to China. For over a year now, the future of TikTok has been in question as a threat to the security of the United States of America. And we've reached the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter when it pertains to the future of the app. Now, look, I have never used it. I have zero interest in it. It has absolutely captured the minds of today's youth. It creates dangerous TikTok challenges. I'm sick of my daughters doing silly dances on it 5 times a day. But I don't want it banned. Use it at your own risk. Parents monitor what they see and what they do on it. But the Republican Party has even utilized it as the evolution of MAGA and the party of Trump capitalized on its value to young voters, ages 18 to 24. But is China using this as a spying tool at the expense of the national security and safety of America? And if we ban it, what type of precedent does that create with our government and its citizens in the future? Does this create a slippery slope? What app or social media platform could be next? Here's what we know. As of right now, the app is set to be removed from all app stores in the U.S. effective on Sunday, January 19th. And approximately 170 million Americans use the app. The federal ban set to take place, barring a last-minute miracle from President-elect Donald Trump. Now, the Washington Post has reported that Trump is considering an executive order that would suspend enforcement of the shutdown temporarily, ranging anywhere from 60 to 90 days. ByteDance, the company with ties to the CCP, is actually 60% owned by investors such as BlackRock. Shocking, right? What doesn't BlackRock have their hands on? The Trump administration trying to figure out how to preserve the app while protecting people's data. Reports from Bloomberg this past week came out saying that Elon Musk could be a potential buyer. However, BBC News has reported there is no truth to that. Here's Florida's Mike Waltz, recently nominated by Donald Trump as his soon-to-be national security advisor, telling Fox and Friends yesterday what the goal with TikTok and this administration is moving forward. Listen and watch.
Speaking of Donald Trump, yesterday it became clear in the Washington Post that it sounds like Donald Trump is trying to throw TikTok some sort of a lifeline. Could have an executive order to save the platform. I know a lot of people don't like it, national security concerns, but there are 170 million Americans who use it. So what's going to happen to it?
Well, President Trump, and this is in line with the legislation, we will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table. And then, essentially that buys President Trump time to keep TikTok going. It's been a great platform for him and his campaign to get his America First message out. But at the same time, he wants to protect their data. Conservatives don't want the FBI, and they certainly don't want the Chinese communists getting their passwords, getting their data, and being able to overly influence the American people.
Okay.
So what you have here is China as a corrupt actor, the FBI and federal agencies spying and surveilling American citizens. Who do you distrust more? Interesting question, right? But would the FBI viewpoint change with Kash Patel coming in? Perhaps. But why would China prefer that TikTok be banned? They have come out. Xi Jinping, the CCP, say, yeah, we want it banned. That's the most pressing question. Why would they not want it to be sold? The Chinese government is beyond corrupt and evil, but TikTok is probably worth billions of dollars. Why would they not want an American-based company to purchase it? In my opinion, this is nothing more than lobbying. This is a stunt to get more leverage, but a shutdown would clearly be an admission by default that the app was merely a political spy tool to influence and meddle in American issues from the CCP. And here's why Trump should do what he can to preserve it, because it was invaluable to his election and Republicans with their victories this past fall. And he listened to guys like Vivek Ramaswamy. This was Vivek's message in the fall of 2023 during the primaries. Listen and watch.
We've talked about this. You campaign on TikTok. How do you get TikTok banned if you use it?
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
before
daughter
preaching
out
to
of your
anybody else, your
voice.
adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth.
You're just
the easy
scum.
answer is actually to say that we're just going to ban one app. We got to go further. We have to ban any U.S. company actually transferring U.S. data to the Chinese. Here's a story most people don't know. Airbnb hands over U.S. user data to the CCP. Now, that's a U.S.-owned company. So this is the problem when you have Republicans that temporarily go the way the winds blow, and now it's popular to talk tough on China. When she was UN ambassador, called them literally, her words, not mine, our great friend. You can't be fair weather fans of the right policy. Get to the root cause. Even U.S. companies in Silicon Valley are regularly doing it. Cut the virtue signaling. The fact of the matter is Democrats are on TikTok today. The only person, one of the few people who is putting up content the way the actual algorithms work, speaking for pro-Israel views or others, is
Ambassador
me. And I predict
Haley,
more Republicans will join it. But stop U.S. companies from turning over data to Chinese companies. That's the real
Moderators
answer,
like
not the virtue
Kristen
signal.
don't get to respond to personal attacks.
There you go. I say keep it, don't ban it, protect people's information better, period. Now let's get to the impact that TikTok had on Trump's 2024 campaign. Phil, if you could, please throw up this graphic on YouTube. As of December 5th, 2024, Trump had 14.6 million followers on TikTok. The McDonald's drive-through performance in Bucks County garnered 174 million views. The garbage truck performance recorded 148 million views. Both of these campaign events generated 5 times the views that they did on Instagram. TikTok's pretty darn valuable. On January 3rd, my birthday, 2025, Trump posted the following metrics on TikTok. Phil, please post this graphic as well. 2.4 billion TikTok impressions for Trump compared to 1.3 billion for Kamala Harris, compared to just 251 million for Taylor Swift, just 154 million for Tucker Carlson, and 131 million for Beyonce. Left or right, news media or entertainers, he trumps them all. And here's another reason why I don't think this ban will happen, or it certainly won't last. TikTok CEO Shao Chu is set to attend Trump's inauguration on Monday. Seated in the front row, he is considered a VIP guest along with other tech billionaires, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. I'm against bans. I don't think they work. If you need proof, well, according to the Blaze headline, TikTok users download another Chinese app to mock spying concerns before ban, saying, quote, "We're here to spite our own government." And lastly, show us the proof. Show us how vulnerable we are. Show us how we've been violated. Provide the evidence that shows what China has allegedly done. I'm not defending China, but this feels a little fishy to me, because many Americans no longer trust what our own government tells us is in our own best interest. On TikTok, but I believe a stay of execution is coming, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. You can experience the difference from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Just shop their extensive inventory of new and certified pre-owned Hyundai models like the Santa Fe, Tucson, and Palisade. Online at piazzahyundai.com. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, especially I'd love to hear from people if you are actually a TikTok user. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. Kayal and Company, live on a Friday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Calling on Levittown.
Hello there.
To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company live on this Friday morning, January 17th. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your Friday. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Big Inauguration Day show coming up on Monday from the NAC. Big weekend upon us. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Still ahead this morning, the trifecta of individuals, females, that will not attend Donald Trump's inauguration on Monday, January 20th. Also, updates on State Farm and the cancellation of so many insurance policies in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas after the wildfires. And then also, I'm going to get to this clip with the boss of ESPN coming out and finally publicly addressing why the national anthem, prayers, and moments of silence were not live on television in New Orleans in the wake of that terror tragedy. But let's get some thoughts and reaction here on the TikTok story, which I find fascinating because I hate TikTok. I hate the fact that my daughters are just, anytime I see them making goofy faces while staring at their phone, I know they're doing something stupid on TikTok or Snapchat. Like, it's just one of the two. But I also don't want bans because I don't like the fact that when the government steps in and says, no, you no longer get to do this or have that, then it's like, okay, we're opening up a box of where they can continue to infringe upon us. And I think there's a lot of people out there that perhaps maybe in this audience that do have TikTok or a child that uses it. You're kind of weighing the two evils here, right? Like, we know what the FBI has been about the last 4 years. Certainly, we think that changes with Kash Patel in the Trump administration. But we also know what China's about. Spy balloons, random police precincts popping up in New York City. Why is that going on? Have we ever even been given the answer to any of those questions? I don't think we have. So, Dawn, do you think that there will be a stay of execution? Because even if it's a selfish motive for Trump, even if it's Trump's ego saying, oh, I'm a big deal on TikTok, we got to keep this thing going, do you want TikTok to stay around? Do you think he gets it to stay around? And why would China not sell this? Why would Xi Jinping and the CCP say, yeah, you know what? Let it go dark? A lot of questions that need to be answered here.
Okay, a couple different things. First of all, as far as TikTok, my understanding is the entire case simply centers around the fact, is this entity allowing another government, another foreign entity to spy or garner information on American citizens?
I believe it is.
And so if they determine, that's at the heart of the case. It's not whether it's good for anybody. It's really, is it spyware, basically?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's...
Yeah.
So we got that going on. As far as your daughters, who's the daddy? I've got
We
news
haven't
for
taken
you.
a paternity test yet.
Stop.
I'll be on Maury on Tuesday, hoping for it. You are
Stop.
not the father.
So the thing about it is that because your little girls are 10, right? They're 10.
10 going on 18.
Well, that's just it, right? They're advanced. Girls and females are advanced in so many ways, but they need their dad. So in a hot minute, and I'll say within the next less than a year, you're going to notice, and this is good for you, and it's tough on moms. Your daughters will see anything the daddy says as gold. You're entering in this wonderful, like, golden age.
Yes.
And so...
Make dads great again.
Yep. And so your relationship with your daughters is critical. You don't need the Supreme Court or anybody else. You can...
That's right. I am the court of last resort in this household.
And so I will just say to you that you have more power than you think as far as having the conversation, take your little girls out to lunch, have a serious conversation, even about like, hey, how about Instagram rather than TikTok or whatever that looks like?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think daughters and girls, it's like the movie, you want me on that wall. They want their dad on that wall. They want you defending them, having these conversations and making the rule. And I'm just going to say you have more power, and this is a good thing. It's not a overbearing thing at all, but you have much more power in their hearts and minds than you know.
The other thing, too, with the spyware and the fact that, I just personally believe China is spying on us. There's no question. I believe they unleashed a pandemic on us and haven't been truthful and forthcoming with what exactly happened with COVID-19 and gain-of-function research and all of that stuff as well. So why not just buy, if TikTok is deemed to be valuable and Trump doesn't want to create this precedent of shutting down social media apps and infringing upon people and their ability to exercise free speech, which, you know, I might not agree with 99% of the speech on TikTok with all these goofy videos we play in the cut sheet, but it's your right to say whatever you want like that. Why not purchase it and then make sure that an American company is making sure that our information, our data, whatever data might actually be on there. I mean, I don't really know. And that's the other question. I have actually probably more questions than I have answers on this subject. What data is on TikTok other than your name and your address?
Your face.
Well, yes, but okay.
All the facial recognition stuff. That is free.
Because I'm like in DuckDuckGo mode right now when we're doing our reads for them, and I'm like, protecting your identity. But I'm thinking of credit cards, social security numbers, bank information.
All our stuff's up there now anyway, because we give it to our phones. Because we want to make it easier. We want to make it easier so it's like, hey, I can just scan my face so I don't have to type in the stupid passcode all the time. And I put it up to my face. My face is already up there. My bank card's already up there. So it's like we've given everybody our information anyway.
Yes.
So what's the difference? China has our stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. What information are they collecting on us? And by the way, who else is collecting on us? Because remember the one of the issues was they were saying, well, they have to keep the servers in this country and you could trust our government.
Yeah.
We'll keep the information. So what is the information that apparently is very valuable? By the way, the court, it looks like they may announce
today
something at 10 a.m. today.
Oh, wow. Look at
it.
It
always breaks for the dawn show.
Right. So they're not going to read them, it looks like, aloud.
Yeah.
They're going to post it.
Oh, of course.
At least one of them, because they know TikTok, there's a deadline for tomorrow.
I'm guessing that they're probably it'll probably be leaked before the end of the show.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I can
it
see
always
that.
is. It always is.
Yep. Speaking of things of that nature on the Hill, Senate confirmation hearings today. Kristi Noem front and center, Homeland Security. So we'll have a dog clip to play on the cut sheet on Monday. Elise Stefanik next Tuesday, but still really three big headliners to come, and they are TBD at this point schedule-wise. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel. And also, speaking of RFK Jr. for a moment, as we kind of take a quick detour here, we talked about red dye number 3 yesterday being banned by the FDA. There was also a development yesterday. I think places like Shake Shack or the burger joints now will no longer use some of these fake ingredients. I think some of them are based around seed oils and fugazi meat. So, I mean, Bobby Kennedy not even in yet, and two things that are not good for you already on the way out. So if you're a Maha person out there, we're trending in the right direction already, and it's not even January 20th.
I want to say something very clearly, because I don't believe in bans of any sort. So I don't want this stuff banned. I don't want red dye number whatever banned. I just want more information. I want more, make it easier to look at a product and see what the ingredients are, or even put a label. I'm fine putting labels on things. Hey, this may contain red dye number 3 or whatever the harmful chemical is, but don't just put that. Put everything on there. Xanthan gum and all that other nonsense. That you see.
Brominated vegetable oil.
Yeah.
Anything that says bromate is bad because this is not a roommate among brothers. Bromate, it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
So I don't want anything banned. I just want more information out there, and I want a more informed public to know what they're putting in their bodies, and more importantly, what they're giving their children.
But to be informed requires you to do due diligence, to do your own research. Requires time and an interest in it, and the ability to say, you know what, I'm going to carve out some time in my day and I'm going to research X, Y, and Z. We are a lazy society.
Of course.
I'm going to die from something anyway, so what the hell? Or I don't care. Or I don't believe it. So, we could go out there and create, I don't know, maybe Bobby Kennedy creates a universal federal website where you can educate yourself on all the things that Bobby Kennedy believes or knows for fact that has been proven to be a killer or a cancer causer or things like that. Maybe that's what you got to do. maha.gov/bad crap. How about that?
Yeah,
I just gave him the website.
I love it. I mean, I think I disagree with Greg on this one because I think that people, first of all, a lot of people believe, hey, if the FDA approved of it, if the government approves of it, if it's on the store shelf, it must be safe. And
Well, they're dumb.
And but they, a lot of. I'm just saying, the same corporations that'll make some of these, candies or cereals or whatever, they will produce the same product for overseas for other countries, but they'll produce it differently at a higher standard for the higher standards of those countries.
Yeah.
That to me, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
And to save a buck
It's
in this
amazing
country,
how we just continue to lower standards
Yeah.
in this country.
That's
We
not
talk
cool.
about it from a DEI standpoint. We talk about it from a meritocracy standpoint versus quotas and lowering the standard with police. So females can be involved or women in the line of combat, like Pete Hegseth has talked about. And we also have the lowering of standards of what goes into our products that we consume.
You can't look at a box of Fruit Loops or a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos,
Skittles,
or Skittles, and say, yeah, you know what, these I'm fine. I'm fine eating these. Like, you just any informed person looks at that and says, you know what, this is probably not good for me.
Mm-hmm.
But those ingredients that we've talked about, like the brominated vegetable oil, potassium bromate, all those things that can affect
prophylactics.
They affect respiratory and nervous systems. So Skittles, for example, has those 4 banned ingredients that are banned in California and like all of Europe and most of the world. So they produce them differently, and only Americans get the unhealthy alleged Skittles, while the rest of the world in the European Union, because they ban those things.
Yeah. Well,
that's just weird to
We
me.
also have a society that buys our groceries and meat at Walmart. So, like,
Oh, here we go with Walmart.
where they don't do that in Europe. You know what I mean? Like, they actually
There's
go out
nothing
for
wrong with Walmart.
fresh food and fresh groceries rather than, getting something that's been on the shelf at Walmart for 6 months.
What do? Go to like little farm stands?
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? We go to these big.
Well,
Walmart's
it's the
meat
price.
is
No.
It's price.
Fresh.
I think, wouldn't we all like to shop at Whole Foods if we could afford it?
I'm not even talking about Whole Foods, guys. I'm not. I'm just talking about.
We're talking about Giant?
Where
what's-
convenience stores? Okay, take Walmart out of it. How about convenience stores? You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm talking about. When you're getting your meals and you're shopping at places like that, it's probably not good for you.
Right. Right. Well, that's why, you shop around the perimeter. I tell you, my wife's uncle always says it. As soon as you go down the aisles, you're done. Stay on the perimeter, right? Produce, meats, fish, poultry, dairy. There you go. Simple. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Coming up next, State Farm Insurance forced into a humiliating Super Bowl U-turn after L.A. wildfires, and the cost for the insurance company is immeasurable. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For January only, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com is also offering discounts up to 20% off MSRP on select models. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand finance through SFS on approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th with Dennis Horan and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 6:49. It's a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up just an hour from now? Sean Farish, a.k.a. 47. He will join us in his regularly scheduled spot, and it's coming up at 8:30 this morning. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in.
Did we decide, will he join, will the president join us for a little Inauguration Day preview on Monday?
I think it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes.
Okay.
My people will get in touch with his people.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a good idea, right?
Yes.
To have the new
yeah. It's his day, right?
President-elect to kind of give a preview of what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I like it.
See him on the 75-inch television.
Monday morning, Monday all day, at the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club. We'll be there starting at 6 a.m.
Yes. I also think there's so many people that have been talking about, well, it's going to be the coldest inauguration in 40 years and things like that.
It's warm at the NAC.
Yeah, it's going to be very warm at the NAC. And also, when you're in D.C., and maybe some of our audience is going to the actual inauguration in D.C., I highly doubt that, I don't know, is it going to be 22 degrees or whatever it is, 25 degrees. Do you really think after the last 4 years and the fact that this guy is more popular than ever, that weather will impact people from attending? There's no I see Buffalo Bills fans sitting out in blizzards in negative 18-degree weather, which could very well happen this weekend after the Eagles game.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
Yes. So I highly doubt. So there's no excuse for you not to be at the NAC on Monday, okay? Even if you have to stand outside for 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Why would you have to stand outside for 30 minutes?
Well, the line might be big.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah.
Never know. All right. So State Farm. What an awful company this company is. All right. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's not United Healthcare, and I'm not saying that Luigi Mangione should be released to take people out. But this is just an awful look for State Farm that was forced into this awful Super Bowl U-turn because State Farm is now pulling its commercial from next month's Super Bowl broadcast after receiving a ton of criticism following the wildfires in Los Angeles. And that is because homeowners earlier this month had all of their houses and properties and lives were lost. And I believe now you have 25 people. But just months before the inferno broke out, State Farm made the controversial decision to revoke fire coverage for tens of thousands of residents in the state, leaving many in the state in a state of crisis after their properties were destroyed. And we know we've talked about this, Hollywood all of a sudden wants to come out and, rip Democrats. Rob Schneider, who's not a Democrat, by the way, has labeled State Farm a, quote, pile of crap. And amid the outrage, State Farm has now abandoned its plan to run commercials during the Super Bowl, which will take place in New Orleans, another site of tragedy earlier this month. And according to reports, Fox was charging $7 million per 30-second ad during the game.
How much?
$7 million for a 30-second spot, which is actually 10% lower than what we charge here at 1210 WPHT to get a spot. And State Farm and their executives now coming out. State Farm agents, and our employees are all focused on helping customers impacted by the Southern California wildfires in the midst of this tragedy, the company said in a statement. State Farm serves more than 8 million customers in California, more than any other insurer, and we've been doing this for nearly 100 years. We've been in contact with 90% of our customers impacted, and we've received over 7,400 home and auto claims, and we are putting tens of millions of dollars back into customers' hands. These numbers will continue to rise as residents return and assess their damage. Our focus is firmly on providing support to the people of Los Angeles. Yeah, say that to the people that you canceled their policy. How many people do we have to blame? Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass. I believe we have a clip coming up later in the cut sheet with the warnings that were out there just weeks before.
21 days before.
3 weeks. 3 weeks. It's just amazing how many times we all know what's likely to happen or going to happen, and we still screw it up, right? And I don't like insurance companies. I'm assuming 99% of you, unless you work for an insurance company, do not like them. Hell, maybe you work for an insurance company and you still don't like them, but it might be a nice paycheck. These companies should be embarrassed. And I say that as a capitalist. I don't begrudge the money they make. There's a story out there about United Healthcare right now with cancer treatment that they were making 5,000% profit on cancer treatments. And now the FTC is actually investigating United Healthcare, the biggest healthcare company in the country. So
you're blaming State Farm for this? I mean, they're
what I don't like about, and like I get it, there's a lot of things you can pick apart. I'm paying you in the event of said tragedy, and it's like the same thing with, and I would rip any of these companies in Florida. If you cancel my flood insurance or hurricane insurance, like, wait a minute, I'm willing, and this is how I would view it as a customer, I'm willing to pay an exorbitant amount for you to insure me and protect me. I'm not expecting it to come on the cheap. If you're telling me, during a threat or, rates are going up, it's up to me to decide whether or not I want to stay with them, right? As a customer. You make the choice.
This is risk and reward. If you want to live in an area that your house could get flooded, your house could burn down, your house, like, not just the regular risks that we all take when we, if you want to live in paradise, these are the consequences for doing it.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
So it's not, I mean, it's not State Farm's fault.
Well, why?
They don't want to, they don't want to, and trust me, I'm not like a big insurance guy. I think a lot of them are criminals.
Yes.
However, it's like they're just doing what's best for their company.
Well, why don't you raise, if obviously this is risk reward for State Farm, right? Like they're sitting there and they've got math people and whiz kids and numbers dorks and, people like that are going through the risk reward, the analytics of, in the event this mass casualty would happen, how much does this hurt our bottom line and our profit margin? So then, instead of just canceling it on people, why don't you jack up the rate and put it back in the customer's court, saying, look, all right, this is the price of business. You want us to insure us. We're protecting us. You want to protect yourself. Okay, it went from $10 to $25. It's up to you or not. You don't want the $25 charge? Then shop around. Go to Allstate. Go to Geico.
You will find there will be, it may be Joe's insurance company, but you will find a company that will insure you. I'm sure it'll be high, but if State Farm doesn't want to take that risk, why should they?
I just look at it from a standpoint of make it so high that that Bob decided to cancel the policy. This is a terrible look. They are going to withdraw their Super Bowl ad and probably, I would assume, be reimbursed that $7 million if they haven't already paid it to Fox. And now they're going to, and what this is, it's not really about the $7 million, I don't think, for State Farm. State Farm's probably valued well above whatever number I could even throw out, because God knows I get all the numbers way off base.
Way off.
But they're probably looking at this like, man, we've got a lot of bad press. It would look really bad if we are running an ad on Super Bowl Sunday when 7,400 people are shoveling through rubble, right?
I just think a couple of things on this. As far as State Farm insurance, and this has happened with insurance companies in the state of Florida with hurricanes in the past. And so this is not something that's a new practice. So I'll just put that out there that this is. So my thoughts on this are, I'll take you through it. I think that as far as something like State Farm insurance or Nationwide or whatever that looks like, I wonder if some of these insurance companies, do they have the right to then sue, let's say, the municipality, the county, or the government, if the government failed to? We're hearing all of this, that they slashed their budget, all kinds of incompetence, and the insurance company had no way of knowing that.
Yeah.
That the firefighters would go to fight the fire and there was no water or water pressure.
Well, then I defend State Farm and I put it right back in the lap of the people that are, running the state. But then again, who's running the state? Those that are elected. Who elected them? Idiots. So you go around in circles here, right? I think that's what James is going to say here. We'll wrap up real quickly with a call. James is in, I don't know what that says, Brummel, or maybe I guess it's maybe Broomall. Yeah, it's BROO, and I get corrected on my grammar. James, hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, it's Belmar.
Belmar. Wow. Okay.
Belmar,
man.
Brummel, Broomall.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Man.
It's all the same.
I got a friend of mine who gave me the best example. If you live downstream from Hoover Dam and you have flood insurance, yeah, there's a risk. But if they see that Hoover Dam's not being maintained and has giant cracks in it, they're going to drop your insurance. That's what happened in California. He's an inspector out there, and what was happening was he saw how the forest and all that was being maintained, and State Farm gave him warning and said, look, you need to do something. They didn't do it, and they said, look, we're dropping your policies because you're not keeping up your end of the bargain. And that's basically what was happening, and that's why they dropped. They had every right to do that. So it's like if you drive, you have multiple DUIs, insurance is going to drop you, correct?
Yeah.
So that's where they're at with that, okay?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Thank you for the call, James. Yeah, Dawn, great point by you. Tom is in Delaware. He's got thoughts. Tom, hello.
Hello.
Hey. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm a frequent caller. I haven't called in a while. I was telling the gentleman that I was watching the Fox before I got in my car to go to work, and they had this family on. The father, he watched the house burn down, and he said about State Farm. He said State Farm was very transparent about everything. It was the regulators or somebody that wouldn't let State Farm raise their costs, and that's why they were dropped.
Oh.
But he wasn't negative at all against State Farm. Basically, it was the people management, the regulators of California.
Okay. Well, elections have consequences.
Yeah.
855-839-1210.
By the way, watching Fox, I mean, turn us on YouTube. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, come on, man. We're on YouTube.
YouTube.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT. There you go. Yeah. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. All right, coming up next, hour number 2 of the news is on the way from Dawn Stensland. And then also, ESPN makes their first public admission on the disaster from the New Orleans terror attacks and how they didn't show the national anthem. We'll get to that. And also, who is not attending Inauguration Day? 3 very famous women. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Free speech lives here. With Dawn Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
7:05, it is Kayal and Company as we are rolling right along here on a Friday morning. The cut sheet in about 40 minutes. Sean Ferris from Tennessee at 8:30. Put him right on the spot once we get out of Trump mode and go into his thoughts on the big issues of the week. See if he will join us. Ask him live on the air. I like putting people on the hot seat. 855-839-1210. I'm assuming he's over the flu. I haven't seen him tweet out pictures of his thermometer.
He tweeted out a few days ago. He's like, "I have conquered the flu."
It's the only time he's ever acted like a liberal in his life is when he had the flu. Oh, that was what left-wingers do. I've got COVID. Minimal symptoms. I will be self-isolating for the next 10 days in my room. Please like my post on Facebook. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:06. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Sponsored this morning by Meineke. We're in the low 20s this morning, if you're just waking up with us here on Kayal and Company. And it feels right now like we're in the single digits with the wind chill, but a warm up on the way. So we'll be in the 40s today. Talk about the forecast moving forth. But if you're just joining us now, then perhaps you haven't heard what's going on in the Middle East. So what we're hearing about after a day of snags and delay with that ceasefire and hostage deal that we heard was on, then yesterday it was off again, and now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says this morning that a deal to return the hostages held in the Gaza Strip has indeed been reached after his office obviously said earlier there were some last-minute snags, a crisis, a concern in finalizing this ceasefire deal that would put the pause button on 15 months of war and obviously 466-plus days of these hostages held somewhere deep underground. So Prime Minister Netanyahu saying he would convene his security cabinet, and we'll hear about this perhaps within the hour or hours, and then the government is expected to approve this hostage deal. So pre-dawn statement for us appearing to clear the way for Israeli approval of the deal, and it's a fragile situation, obviously, but would pause the fighting that we've seen in the Gaza Strip. More recently, dozens of hostages held by militants in Gaza expect to be released in exchange for those Palestinian prisoners held by Israel, and the deal would allow hundreds of thousands of what the legacy media is reporting, hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians to return to the remains of their homes in Gaza. I point that out to you because even as I speak and I monitor all the so-called mainstream media, I just have to point out to you that they lead with, and even in most of their coverage, they really don't mention the fact that 98 hostages who've been held now all of this time, some of them we know clinging to life in horrible conditions,
that
malnourished.
American.
Some Americans. That's never even, I mean, it might be mentioned at the very, 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 very trail end of the story.
But I'm glad the Palestinians are going home safely.
Right. But so that's, to me, the story is, so the story to me personally, and you can correct me, all right, Nick, Greg, to all of you, there are 98 individuals that we haven't accounted for hostages. A third of them they've confirmed are not alive. And so we're talking about 60 people, human beings, starving and in the darkness who haven't seen daylight reportedly, right, for all this time. They're going to release about half of them. That's the first release of hostages.
It's 3 phases, Joe said. And we'll give you details on phase 2 and phase 3 as we have more information.
So to me, the lead story here is hostages coming home. That's not the lead this morning.
No, of course not. Why would it be? The mainstream media has been pro-Palestine, pro-Gaza throughout the last 15 months. Yep, Israel's evil. Let's not talk about the American hostages. Okay.
So they have to work out the details of there's going to be a special task force to then receive the hostages and no doubt have immediate medical care for them on site, because the folks who have been released, that's what we've seen, that they needed hospitalization, that they were malnourished, that they had other health problems. So we're watching this very carefully, and we talked a lot yesterday about Trump and saying there'll be hell to pay and who takes credit. But at this point, to me, this morning, I don't have the information when will these hostages be released.
Right.
That's one of the big questions. So just want to highlight that one for you. And then as we look to fires, so I'll take you out west, California wildfire update. So at one point they said there were 43 people missing, and I know you may have heard the number there as far as 43 people that are missing out in California. LA County Sheriff's Department gave us that update that 18 people remain missing this morning after the deadly Southern California wildfires that we've been talking about. So they determined that when you heard the number in the 40s, that many of these people, thank God, were located and they're safe.
Okay.
Thank God for that one.
Right.
And then as far as the death toll, the number I have here, 27 people have been confirmed. They died, they perished in these fires in both Palisades and Eaton.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the latest as the winds, as you know, whipping up, and the fires continue to burn this morning. So we have that going on.
Wow.
And then we also had a local fire I just want to take you to, and this is Bucks County. And so we're hearing about a huge warehouse-type fire, and this is in Bucks County with firefighters trying to get this thing out. And so that's another one. Flames tearing through this warehouse in Quakertown, Bucks County. Firefighters rushing to the 100 block of Pacific Drive overnight, and the fire raced to 2 alarms quite quickly, collapsing part of the rooftop there. I don't have reports of injuries. This type of fire, I'll tell you, it's very dangerous for the firefighters. That's who's you right.
Yes.
So they now have the thing under control and looking for hot spots, and obviously inspectors on scene trying to figure out what caused this thing. So we have that going on.
All right.
I know that we have health news and we have some consumer news to talk about, but as far as one consumer news story, I'll just take you to a popular product promising bigger size and joy, plus backwards compatible. We're getting our first glimpse of Nintendo's new Switch 2 console, featuring a bigger display and bigger Joy controllers, because you always want bigger Joy controllers.
That's right, big controllers.
And Nintendo is going to reveal more details during its next Nintendo Direct online event. Company says the Switch 2 is backwards compatible. What does that mean? It means you'll be able to play the old Switch games on the new model, which is a good thing.
I miss the old glory days of Nintendo back in the late 80s, early 90s. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Mike Tyson.
Duck Hunt. Remember Duck Hunt with a gun?
Yes.
I used to love that game.
That's and remember during the pandemic especially and the lockdowns, those kinds of old games were selling for a ton of money.
Yeah. Remember the old game? Remember when they went portable with the Game Boy?
Yes.
Oh, that little white thing with the little lavender buttons. Those things are probably worth a pretty penny on like sites like eBay and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, if you have any of that, Greg Stocker probably has it still in the box.
Yeah.
But if you have any,
I do have an original.
You do?
Game Boy in the box. Yes.
Do you really?
Of course.
Do you have a pin? Let me guess. Do you have a pinball machine in your basement?
I don't.
I
no.
could see you being a pinball guy.
No pinball machine.
Okay.
By the way, Jesus wants to know if there'll be booze served on Monday at the NAC. I don't believe
like
so.
a little Prosecco or
I
something?
don't believe so. But, if you want to bring a flask, who am I to say no, right?
Chris Forsyth.
They don't have a bar there. I mean, it's a health club.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you imagine the degenerates at 12:10 come in with?
Are they going to serve calzones? No, it's a health club.
We're gonna have so much fun.
I love it.
We're going to have celery sticks and carrots.
Yeah.
And all the festivities, even though the actual swearing in is around lunchtime, the truth is, I mean, we're going to see a huge Pennsylvania presence.
Yeah.
And I know we'll be talking about that Monday, but, those Butler PA first responders, I know we mentioned this at some point during the week, but pretty cool that they'll kind of lead things off. So Eagles news this morning, and the forecast is a big one too. But I will tell you, so some headlines this morning, the Rams, Jared Verse, saying how much he hates us, the Eagles fans, that we are so annoying. Yeah, well, you're going to be more annoyed when we beat your tush, mister.
Yeah, I Mr. These LA players that have been flapping their gums about the city of Philadelphia, and a lot of these players probably have beautiful homes in and around the area of tragedy. Why don't you just focus on things that really matter, like winning the game and then getting back to your neighborhood that probably was impacted by a tragedy, instead of taking pot shots at Eagle fans.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah,
what Nick Kayal said.
Yeah, McVay, their head coach, with his little perfectly manicured beard.
So we know that AJ practiced yesterday, and he'll be good to go for today. By the way, Dallas Goedert missed yesterday's practice with an illness, so we have that going on. So,
by the way, speaking of Dallas, the Cowboys interviewed or requested permission, and it was granted to interview the Eagles' offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore. So,
really?
Yeah.
I mean, he can go. He's fine.
He can't grow facial hair anyway. Guy looks like he's 12.
Wow. We'll talk about that. We'll sprinkle some Eagles news, of course, because we're excited about the game. The city, when you drive into Philadelphia, our skyscrapers topped with Eagles green. It's so exciting. An update on that foul-mouthed fan who's been banned from the Eagles home games.
Boy, what a story! Are you surprised that this story has taken on the legs that it has? This thing has just been for almost a week now.
Well, you started out your big take talking about, social media and TikTok. And so when things go viral like this, it becomes personal for people. Everybody then becomes a commentator. They have an opinion, and they take a side.
Let's be honest. Is this the first time that a dude shot his mouth off at an Eagles game?
Yeah, but he was in on creating the video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is what you get.
Yep.
But he came out, and I know we'll talk about it moving forward, so I'll just headline at this point. But he came out and issued quite a lengthy apology.
Well, he should, right?
So,
Mr. DEI, Monday through Friday, equity and inclusion. You can't be calling females the C word when you're all about everybody getting to the finish line, right?
Well, that's just it. The ironic part, the guy should know better. The company that fired him, he has a DEI job.
Yeah. I want every DEI job. I'm talking about the people that are in charge of, quote, the DEI department and these bloated salaries. Gut every last one of them. By the way, the state of Wisconsin, you should see the DEI report there. Send in Doge to Wisconsin immediately. I digress.
Doge. And I'll just tease this one. I'm doing a lot of teasing here. I'll tease this one. Speaking of DEI, Donald J. Trump, incoming president, he put out a statement about DEI and what the future administration is doing about wanting to investigate Biden's DEI.
Well, the FBI
programs.
closed their DEI department yesterday.
And so we'll have the update. This is the tease upcoming as to what the incoming administration is doing right now to, let's say, preserve the evidence. I'll just say that much.
Kash Patel's coming.
Yes, sir. So we are sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that squealing sound or a grinding noise? Ruh-roh. Don't wait. Take your car. Nick, you talked about this earlier. You want to take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. They're expert techs. They're going to diagnose any kind of problem. Find that location nearest you, Meineke.com. Forecast today and tomorrow, warmer. We're in the low to mid 40s today and tomorrow. Watching the snowfall and these ever-changing forecasts, we should get another model upcoming within the next hour. But will there be 1 to 3 inches during the Eagles 3 p.m. game? Or will it look more like, will it look more like 5 inches or even 6 inches in these ever-changing models with the forecast? It's a real concern because will we have slipping and sliding, or do you want to just tailgate all day long? We'll have all the pertinent information for you. A frigid Arctic day on Monday, but for us, it'll be nice and warm inside the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club.
That's right.
I'm Dawn Stenzel, and this is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, coming up next, 2 things to hit on before we get to the cut sheet. ESPN reveals the real reason why they didn't show the national anthem after the New Orleans terror attack, and who will not be present Monday for Inauguration Day. Kayal & Company on Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and company rolling right along on this chilly Friday morning. Although, as Dawn said, it'll get into the 40s today. We'll melt away that little dusting, that little black ice out there between today and tomorrow. And then we'll do the whole charade again on Sunday. How's that sound? 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in exactly 20 minutes. Sean Farish, 1 hour from now, from Tennessee. So two things to get to before we work our way into what is on the cut sheet. I want to start, and we're going to get to the list, the ever-growing list of people that will not be attending Trump's inauguration, as well as the luncheon on Monday, January 20th. But we talked about State Farm and the tragedy and the blowback they are dealing with. Let's get to the other big entity out there, and that is ESPN, ABC, and Disney, that created a major firestorm, no pun intended, when they decided not to air the national anthem, the moment of silence, the moment of prayer, following the New Orleans New Year's morning tragedy with the terror attack that I believe killed 14 or 15 individuals when that guy decided to drive down that little alleyway and mow down 14 or 15 people. And I was of the belief that it was intentional because, and I felt even better about it yesterday after Stalker played the clip of Sage Steele, the former ESPN SportsCenter anchor who's now kind of come out of the closet as a conservative after leaving the network. She's been seen a lot on Fox or Outkick and platforms like that. And I thought it was intentional. And she had said never in her 16 years at ESPN did they ever show a moment of prayer. And now in the aftermath of the blowback that they are receiving in public on social media and being criticized, they're showing all of these things, national anthems, moments of prayer, because they know that they are being absolutely crushed, especially after the fact that they took a moment of silence for the LGBTQ community during March Madness last spring. So yesterday it was revealed, and again, my thoughts were that this was intentional, but even removing my thoughts, it had to be one of two things. Either this was 100% absolutely intentional, that it was, you want to call it a political decision not to show these things, a social thing, a religious thing, whatever, or it had to be completely incoherent, inept incompetence from those individuals. But as Dawn will tell you, TV is totally scripted out to the nanosecond. I mean, if you've ever watched Fox News, and he's retired now, but I mean, they don't let Neil Cavuto at 4:59:59 finish a syllable. They cut him right off to go to the 5 at 5 o'clock right on the dot. This thing is all measured out to the second. So I never believed that this could be a slip up or a screw up because everything is scripted in advance, especially for big time television productions. But apparently yesterday, the boss of ESPN, Burke Magnus, well, I'd love to have a beer with Burke Magnus. Sounds like a fun individual. He was on, this was the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. I want to credit this properly. Clip 10, Phil, as he gives the first public explanation and his admission and his apology. Let's listen and watch this.
I know there's a little bit of controversy regarding you guys not covering the anthem in New Orleans for the game. Can you speak about that?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, actually. Let me just say this. There's a group of people in Bristol who just made an enormous mistake. It was a human error. It happens. I don't want to minimize it by any stretch. But as you noted, like nothing was normal about that next day, including our programming lineup, where we normally would have had College Game Day and that crew leading into the game. It wasn't that. It was SportsCenter, which is done out of Bristol instead of inside. I could give you a whole host of reasons why it was not the normal circumstance. But at the end of the day, that was just a horrible error that was made by a group of really well-intentioned people who feel terrible about it. I lost my father over the holiday break, and he was an Army veteran, and there was nothing more important to him than his military service. My parents took my sisters and I to West Point every single week. We had season tickets to Army football growing up. The notion that was somehow intentional or we were trying to avoid acknowledging what was a horrific situation in New Orleans was really misplaced. It was just a mistake that we feel terrible about. And by the way, we should be held to account for, right? Like we want to be as good as we can possibly be at all times. And even though it was not a normal situation, our traffic got fouled up, our timing got fouled up. We happened to, to be in commercial break when the anthem happened. It was just not good by any measuring stick and not up to our standards. I think what you have seen since then in terms of the other CFP games are NFL games in week 18 in the wild card. Like, we're not avoiding the anthem, quite the opposite. It's a special moment for all sports fans at big events. And, you'll see the same treatment in the college football championship game coming up on Monday.
All right, Phil, you can kill it right there. So let me ask you this, because during the social justice protests of 2020, ESPN and other networks aired players taking a knee on the sideline and not standing during the national anthem. And Dawn, I want to pick your brain on this because you are a television pro, an Emmy Award winner. You think about and by the way, for those that aren't maybe paying attention to, college football playoff games, this game was postponed for 24 hours. This game was not played as scheduled in light of the terror attacks in New Orleans. I believe it was scheduled for Wednesday and they played it Thursday, or it was scheduled for Thursday and then they played it Friday. So you have all these people, right? Yeah. Producers, technical directors, cameramen and women that have been doing this 15, 20, 30 years. A lot of them are paid very well to be, in those roles for big television networks. You don't think that the thought crossed their mind at some point in production meetings or as they go live, we should probably be socially and cognitively aware of what just happened? Because the broadcasters, the play-by-play guy has set the scene. He's talked about the tragedy. And even if you don't get it live because of commercial inventory, you're rolling, you can record it during the break and then play it back. I just can't believe that this was a slip mentally. How is that possible, knowing there's probably way too many people involved in this process anyway? It's not a 4 or 5 man production. There's probably close to 100 people involved in this telecast.
Nick, forgive me. Who was the gentleman who just spoke out?
That was ESPN chief Burke Magnus.
So Burke is the biggity big.
Yeah.
Right? So I believe he sounded authentic to me. I don't know who he is, but he sounds like that sounds real to me.
Okay.
So Burke may feel that way. Now all of Burke's employees, they quickly learned how Burke grew up, that he believes that the national anthem should be heard, should be seen. And so whoever made the decision, that's why the next time around you saw it, because the biggity big, he laid that down. I think that I don't know why he didn't, as a manager, as a biggity big, why he didn't let people know that that's important, but they know now.
Yeah.
And so whatever happened there, whoever was in that control room, it was not a priority. That's so there's a disconnect between whoever felt empowered, and maybe there were divas on the air, maybe there were divas in the control room, maybe there were people who just felt like they don't want to show that or whatever. So I believe that he has now laid down the law as far as what's going to happen moving forward. It's on him, and that's why he should apologize, because he should have made sure that all of his employees know that this is a priority.
Yeah.
So now that they know how the boss feels, they're going to, moving forward, we're not going to see that kind of thing again.
Yeah.
Especially after his statement. But my question is, maybe he believes them. I don't know but this was not a mistake, because if they had known that this is a priority of his, they would have done exactly what you said.
Yeah.
We do it all the time. If something happens during a commercial break, you come right back. You come back cold.
How many times are you doing your show where something breaks and develops and you want somebody to start rolling on something so that you can get to it after an interview that you might have scheduled? And then the willingness to kind of, change up your rundown of what you had planned in light of developments, right? You're always talking about what's breaking, what's developing. If something happens. Now, I don't know what type of cachet, but I'm assuming they have a lot of cachet. The two guys that are in the broadcast booth are seeing that anthem happen in real time as they're looking out of the broadcast booth down on the field. So the two announcers are Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit. They both make $15-20 million a year. Don't you think, and they talk to their producers and their tech directors during breaks through their headsets, hey, maybe instead of me coming back and going over that touchdown drive, why don't we, did anybody record the anthem? Maybe we just take 30 seconds and play even a condensed version of it, or the moment of silence, or the prayer. Maybe we don't have 2 minutes to do it all, but let's get something in here so we don't come off completely tone deaf in the light of tragedy.
Well, that's the next phase. So on air, if I'm on air during that moment, I'm not saying what about. I'm saying, hey, let's put that, come out cold open, just bring it forth. Moment of prayer, play it cold out of the break. And so if you are that on-air person, you absolutely should be saying that. If the control room pushes back on you and you're somebody with a backbone, you come out and you say, just a moment ago, we had a beautiful moment of prayer, We will bring that to you momentarily. Yeah. So now you've put the pressure on your control room, who, for whatever reason, if you feel that there's a cultural clash here, you as the on-air person can absolutely, in a very classy way, put that pressure on them. So clearly, to me, what we have here is a failure, because this is their culture. Yeah. And that's just it.
And that's the narrative they've created for themselves for close to 10 years now.
Yep.
855-839-1210 if you want to join. Speaking of joining or not joining, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Michelle Obama. The list continues to grow. Boy, what a rough stretch for Nancy Pelosi. Also, I just saw this during your news on the television for the luncheon coming up. Neither of the Clintons will attend, neither of the Bushes will attend, and neither of the Obamas will attend on Monday. Is that sour grapes? Is that an awful look? We talk about it. At least I can sit there and say Michelle Obama didn't attend Jimmy Carter's funeral. She's not attending Trump's inauguration. But the Bushes not attending. And look, I get it.
But the Bushes are going to be at the inaugural.
Well, at the inaugural, yes. But they will not be at the luncheon, though. And I'm just thinking about Nancy Pelosi's, the stretch that she has had here. I mean, think about this for a second. So she failed to nail Trump for January 6th. She subverted democracy by installing Kamala and kicking Joe to the curb after he got 14 million votes in a primary. Kamala Harris gets beat. Nancy gets a hip replacement. She loses control of the Senate. She failed to take the House back. She only made 73% year over year in the stock market, which is a down year for Nance. And now she's going to skip the inauguration. I mean, you talk about, and I think the big takeaway from this is, this was the party 4 years ago. Remember when Joe Biden was saying, I'm going to unite America? You don't unite America when the most notable faces of your side of the aisle decide to skip the inauguration, right? Like that to me, you look
Trump
like
did
a
in
little,
2021.
And he should be ripped for that. I'm totally fine ripping him for that. Even if he thinks he got robbed, the election was stolen, the whole bit. Let's I'm a big believer. I love traditions, right? Like, I get caught up in nostalgia of the 80s and the 90s. You should absolutely attend this as a Republican or a Democrat. And we'll get to Joy Reid with her election denial coming up. Like, whether you think the refs gypped you or not, I've never been one of these guys where you don't want to shake hands afterwards. You don't want to be a moment of sportsmanship. That's what this is about. And I get it. Nancy Pelosi and Trump have butted heads for 8 years, but you have to be there for that if you are going to claim you're the party of unity. Right? And I get it. So a lot of people are like, who cares? And I really don't care one way or the other. But for those that want the country to unite and those that are talking and preaching about unification and uniting, terrible look for all of these people. I believe so.
I think so. First of all, I will say that I hope that the media points out that all of these former presidents who are attending the inaugural declined apparently to attend the luncheon, but they were invited, which is very nice. It's very gracious. So I don't really care. I'm not going to rip anybody for going, not going. I don't care. They're not going to be missed. So
I'm going to enjoy my day.
Right?
Right.
I mean, we're going to look, it behooves all of these individuals to understand that we don't care. We are thrilled that Trump is coming back and that he's going to make America great again. And whoever's there is going to be part of that. So are you part of the positive energy movement that's happening to make our country great again, healthy again, efficient again? Are you with us or are you not?
Were you saying that in 2021, Dawn?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't saying. I was bummed out.
Okay.
I was sad.
But I'm just saying that, like,
you know what I mean? So I don't care.
The pearl clutching with this is a little rich, isn't it?
I'm not pearl clutching. I'm just saying
it
sucks to be you.
If you don't agree with then don't go. Who cares?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I don't care.
You know,
I don't care that they don't go.
I didn't care that Trump wasn't there in 21.
I didn't either.
I don't care that Michelle Obama and all of them are not there in 25. It's just
Agreed.
It's irrelevant to me who goes
That's
and
right.
who doesn't go. If somebody's going to throw a temper tantrum, whether it's in
I don't
21
think,
or
is anybody
25,
throwing a temper? I mean,
I just love how
I
just love how these family dynasties of politics
they're
are all taking their ball and going home crying like babies.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
Yep.
Because that's how they've done it their entire life.
That's a good point.
You know, the Bushes, they're you know, it's a family of scumbags.
Yeah.
So
the monopoly.
I think it'd be
the
awesome.
Clintons. Ugh, who cares?
I think it'd be awesome, even though she's a Democrat. I think it'd be awesome to invite Monica Lewinsky.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be nice? Let's invite her.
Why would you even cover that?
But Nancy Pelosi, especially, I mean, antiquated. I don't care. I feel like I'm glad that all the presidents will be there together for the inauguration. I think that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as luncheon, I don't really care.
All right. 855-839-1210. First time this year we speak to our buddy Edward. Hello, Ed and Delran.
Hey, even when it will snow, you keep us on the go because you're doing such a great show.
Wow,
well, I mean, yeah, jeez. You know, I mean, yeah, we are.
Eddie, are you coming?
I just want to talk about
Eddie. Are you coming on Monday? Are you coming on Monday to the Newtown Athletic?
I'll tell you what. I got to figure out how far you guys are. There's always that possibility.
Awesome.
I definitely want to go.
Good.
And I'll tell you what. It depends. I plow snow if it snows, so it depends on how much snow we get too.
Well, you can plow snow for the for the parking lot at the NAC.
Yeah. Why don't you plow the snow right in front of my truck? You can be like my envoy.
Hey, for you guys, I'd do it in a minute. And listen to this.
What do you got on the hearings?
Here's the thing. I love these hearings because let me tell you something. They're taking the wind, the hot air out of these Democrats. Yeah. It is so great to see that they're standing up to this nonsense. It is just, it doesn't surprise me in the least.
No, and I think Trump. We saw the revelations from Hegseth. Thanks for the call, Ed. Hope to see you on Monday. You know, Hegseth had said that Trump said, you know, you better be ready. You better be a fighter. It's going to get tough. I would be willing to bet for all of these people that Trump knows that are going to face a ton of scrutiny. The Kristi Noems, you know, not so much like the Burgums and the Rubios, but the ones that have, you know, baggage out there in the media that's been reported on. That he probably told all of them, you better be prepared. And you better be ready to go because they are going to come after you with everything that they have. And this has been good. I love it. So we'll keep you updated on all of that as Kristi Noem comes up today at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. All right, on the other side, it is time for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet that will include election denialism from Joy Reid.
Yep.
Oh, this is about to get really, really rich. Back after this.
You know, with the deep freeze right now, I'm so glad. I look like a genius in my house that I call my friends at Marvin E. Cans to come out, make sure the HVAC is all good to go. They did have to change the filters. They were pretty dirty. Did that service on my house. And, you know, making sure that keeping your home warm, efficient, safe. Obviously, it's a priority for all of us as we head back into the deep freeze, especially for Monday. But it's why I recently had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get my family's house, our house, ready for wintertime. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. So in our house, our HVAC's about 8 years old, but we have our bathroom. It's like freezing in there right now. And so this kind of thing, we're looking at it. So I just want to put that on your radar. Mitsubishi Electric is just an awesome solution, especially for a home lacking that ductwork like the older homes in Chestnut Hill where I live. So it could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Just contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning right now, marvinecans.com. That's Marvin E. Kanze.com. By the way, a third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. They're great people. When that technician or technicians comes to your house, they are fully background checked, and they are true technicians. They are not sales commission people. Do you know what I'm saying? In disguise. I just can't speak highly enough about them. MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Just about 40 minutes until Sean Ferris joins us from Nashville, Tennessee, as we will get the perspective of 47, as I put that in air quotes. A lot of big stories this week for Mr. Trump to comment on, as well as Sean Farish to comment on. As we continue, it's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and company on this Friday morning as we broadcast live from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studios. As you see all the new backdrops behind not only Greg, not only Dawn, but myself.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. Yes. Greg, you got more of like a powder blue tint to your backdrop.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's good for my baby blue eyes.
Yeah. Dawn's got more of a white backdrop, as do I. Good look.
Sorry. Good look.
Your baby blues. Did your mom used to say that? Oh, I love my Greggy and his baby blues.
Actually, it's funny. Dawn with her top on right now kind of matches with the red tint in her backdrop.
Yes.
I know this is fascinating for everybody who's not watching on
right.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, are you 6 minutes late for the cut sheet?
Yeah. Would you play the cuts already?
Yeah.
By the way, the Israeli cabinet, they're meeting right now. So these hostages, we could see hostages released as soon as tomorrow.
Very good.
Wow.
Can't come soon enough. Yes,
I mean,
indeed.
if this isn't reminiscent of 1981, I don't know what is. I mean, like, it's unbelievable, the parallels with this.
Yep. All right, 7:51. Let's not keep you waiting any longer. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes like Nick Kayal does, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Kayal, for throwing it to me. I don't know.
You're welcome, sir.
Let's go to Joy Reid, shall we?
Right off the top here.
Right off the top.
Oh.
Trigger everybody.
Yeah.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button if you're watching right now, please. It's very important everybody hits the subscribe button. It's free. I see you watching there in the shadows.
Yeah.
Listening in the shadows.
Hit that John.
Just hit the subscribe button and hit the bell too, so it'll alert you when we go live. We go live occasionally over the weekends and stuff. I know we're live here in the morning. Dawn is live, and the Dawn
you get notified.
Yeah. All right, Joy Reid was on. I think this was on her TikTok or her Read That.
Okay,
is what it's called.
Yeah, it's probably some little side digital show because bloviating for an hour a night and making umpteen $1 million doesn't really satisfy your itch. You need more.
So I don't know if she's speaking to like her sister or something, but she's speaking to Jackie Reid. This is Joyanne Reid and Jackie Reid.
Where's Jackie?
I'm sure it's probably one of her. But she's look. We're talking about election denialism, right?
Yeah.
And how it's a threat to democracy if you question anything that has to do with free and fair elections. Well, Joy Reid suggests that Elon may have hacked the election machines.
Yes, that's why he joined forces with Trump to sabotage the election.
So I'm sure at some point this will be taken down as fake news and a threat to democracy, and I'm sure she'll be brought up on charges, right?
Yeah. I mean, no wonder why MSNBC's president resigned. She's feeling like a genius today. I don't have to address this with one of my high-profile talents.
Philip, roll it, my friend.
They're even talking about like stealing an election.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's making me rethink whether I do believe like election machines can be hacked. Because I've always been like, you can't hack the election machines, but they're like convincing me, I don't know, maybe you can. I don't know.
I mean, to me in this world, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Yep, anything.
There are all these conspiracy theories out there about Trump and whether or not they cheated. I know you say that they didn't, but I know you kind of have.
Wait a minute, I didn't say they didn't. What I said is there is a rational explanation for why Kamala Harris could have lost those swing states and Trump won them. There's a way you can get to those numbers with people staying home or only voting for Trump and not the rest of the ballot. I'm saying there's a history of that.
Yeah.
However,
oh no.
Yeah.
Let me hear it, because you
what I will say is there was absolute voter suppression that took place, and I consider that cheating.
Right.
If you think about the voter law in your state of Georgia,
Mm.
that law is anti-voter.
No, it's
when
not.
you have
Lie.
bomb threats only in Fulton County, we don't know how many people stayed home out of fear because of the bomb threats in Fulton County.
the love
when you
of
have
God.
Elon Musk waving around $1 million checks in order for people to vote for
vote.
Trump.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many things that were done that were nefarious. To put aside just the actual voter suppression in these anti-voter laws.
Jim
that kept
Crow!
people from registering.
2.0!
They messed up people's voter registration when they showed up, and all of a sudden they're not on the rolls.
But that happens every year,
happens.
right? That happens
Every
all
election.
the time.
So yeah.
By the way, Patty C on the YouTube chat says, "Stupid in stereo."
Dumb and digital.
Funny Patty.
So we have Joy Reid joining the ranks of Stacey Abrams, Hillary Clinton, and countless other Democrats that are election deniers. Yet when you're a Republican and you deny an election, you are a threat to democracy, you're investigated, you are persecuted and prosecuted. By the way, we've established that it's actually more difficult to vote in the state of New York than it is the state of Georgia.
Yeah, you can't say that, Nick. Sorry.
That's been completely factually correct and documented. And, you know, when you look at this, Joy, you really think that Elon Musk rigged the system? And then she's going to talk about irregularities. Yet when you are a Trump supporter and you point out, how did Trump lose 18 out of 19 bellwethers? And you've seen that graphic probably before, and you say, boy, that's a statistical oddity. That looks like a statistical outlier. You say that, you're a nut job, and you're denying. But on a completely a nonpartisan front, I would just like to get to the point where, you know, we move past the easy excuse. Now, I'm not saying elections cannot be rigged. Look, if you can, and here's my stance on this across the board, forget Democrat, Republican, just the concept of, you know, rigging an election. Do I think an election can be rigged? Absolutely. But you have to have concrete facts. You have to have evidence, okay? Not just what Bob posts on video for 19 seconds in fast-forward fashion, okay? So I do, because, I believe we have killed a current president that was sitting in office years ago. I believe that we were certainly complicit to some extent in the attempted assassination of Trump. I believe the government was involved in 9/11. So if all of that is possibly true, can you fix an election? Yes, I think you can. But you can't preach about election denialism and then become a hypocrite. That is where Joy Reid goes wrong. Don't lecture us for 4 years on it and then say, well, Elon Musk, he's a smart guy. He could probably manipulate the machines. Stop.
Two things.
Yeah.
2024, just to remind, had sky-high record historic turnout, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
158 million plus votes in the 2020 contest, highest turnout election since women were given the right to vote more than a century ago, which my brother John, I always talk about him going, oh, it's a bad time in America, 1920.
I agree. Awful year. The hell with 2020. 1920 was the real tragedy.
But I will say this really quick here, and that is what I learned from, think about the election integrity program that was the Trump, Michael Whatley, and our own Linda Kearns.
Yep.
And just remember, you know, Linda and her team, a great team, and I think they're going to hopefully be there on Monday, if maybe they'll be in D.C. But I will say this, that what they taught me was how important it is for everybody to be aware, to be watching, and then all of those thousands of election integrity attorneys with the GOP constantly had to file things in court because there were things that were attempts at, you know what I mean? At whatever you want to say, they had to go to court, and every time they went to court, they won. I mean, look at the stats of when they went to court. They generally speaking, they won. It was like 98% of the time.
Right.
So what that told me was there are attempts to do things, funny, whatever you want to call it, shenanigans.
Yeah.
But they were all over it,
Mhm.
and that to me explains a lot from the past. And by the way, we should all want election integrity.
It's nauseating to me that like. This is why everybody hates politics, because these people are just like, they're so virtuous when it's somebody else, and then all of a sudden something doesn't go their way and they immediately get, it's just like
The grifting never ends.
God, be consistent, you stupid twit.
So FoxNews.com has an op-ed up about how Trump is already narrowing America's racial divide, and they use a lot of data points from different demographics from the election. This was actually, since 1964, the least racially polarized presidential election since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So everything that Joy Reid just said there is hogwash.
It's wrong. It's opposite.
It's wrong.
Disinformation, everybody.
Black people voting, Hispanic people voting, Asian people voting. And if there was a lack of a turnout in a certain demographic, and if you want to say if Joy Reid's going to make the claim that there was suppression for minorities, maybe, just maybe, because we saw that black men voted for Trump in a sizable percentage like never before. Trump still struggled with black women only getting 7% of the vote. But there might have been black men and black women out there that just said, well, I can't pull the trigger on Trump, but I think Kamala Harris is a fraud, and I'm not going to vote for her just because she looks like me.
Speaking of Kamala Harris, she spoke yesterday. Did you guys see this video?
Oh my God.
It just never ends. You know, I'm going to miss her. Honest to God, I hope they remain in the spotlight from an audio and video standpoint for the benefit of this program.
So I'm just speculating here. I don't have any proof to back this up. But was this after like a party or a gathering or something like that? Because she seems a little She seems a little intoxicated to me.
Well, she's always slow on the draw.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying she's drunk, but maybe it's after,
But there are
they
moments.
had a little champagne or something.
There's moments, and Dawn, you illustrate this a lot, where you say, boy, she's got a real thick draw today, doesn't she?
She talks about how that she's fully aware that she's the public face of the hard work, but she's benefited from so many others, is what she's trying to say here as she's standing next to her alleged wife beater, Dougie.
Dougie Doritos.
Roll it.
Fully aware that I am the public face of a lot of our work, and so I have the benefit of running into people all over our country who thank me. And I will tell you, I am fully aware that when they are thanking me, they are thanking our team for the extraordinary commitment each have and as a team have to lifting up the American people, lifting up their condition, lifting up their hopes and dreams, and understanding through it all the nobility of public service.
The nobility. Kamala, I hate to break it to you, hon. You're the face of defeat right now. You are Hillary 8 years later. Okay, that's what you are. Yeah, she might have been, having some.
I don't know.
Pinot Noir. I don't know.
It sounds like it to me.
Maybe a gummy or two. You never know.
Dawn.
She remember during the campaign and even before, just as the Veep. I don't know what medication she's on, but I think there's a medication involved.
Yes.
Could be prescription.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Right.
Governor Ron DeSantis
mustard
has picked AG Ashley Moody to fill the Marco Rubio Senate seat.
So are you saying it's a Moody duty?
Duty.
Moody has a duty. Ashley Moody, you have a new duty. Let me upgrade.
We're like 3-year-olds.
This is, and we don't need 48 producers for this, folks. It's just a man with. You can rip me for my grammar, but not my wit. Don't knock my wit.
All right, Mustard, let's roll it, buddy.
Now, in appointing a U.S. Senator, I initially put out several different criteria. One, I want somebody that's going to work with President Trump to deliver on the mandate he earned from the American people. I want a senator that's going to be willing to lean in against the excessive spending and cut spending and stop the inflation. I want somebody that understands that the federal bureaucracy is run amok and it must be held to account. And we need 3 branches of government, not 4 branches of government. And we need somebody that understands the fight against illegal immigration, is willing to shut the border, and importantly, make sure any legal immigration to this country is putting Americans first. Can't be bringing foreigners in to displace our own people in key positions. So this is something that I thought about long and hard. We did a lot of research. We got a number of great candidates. throughout the state of Florida, and many of them, I think, could have done a good job. But the final criteria I used was, because you can say all those things and say you stand for it, I wanted somebody with a demonstrated record of delivering results on those important issues. Talk is cheap. We need people that have demonstrated fidelity to these principles with their actions. So that is why today I'm proud to announce that I am selecting our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, to serve as our next U.S. Senator. Duty. So
There you go. So if you're following the circle of life here, we've had Pam Bondi, who was Florida Attorney General at one point, now Trump's Attorney General for the DOJ. You've got Pam Bondi out. Ashley Moody goes from Florida Attorney General to filling Rubio's seat, because Rubio, a part of the Trump administration. And I guess the question now becomes, does this open up the door at the state level? Does Matt Gaetz work his way back in, and would DeSantis put him in that role? That was the first question I thought of yesterday when this news came down. Probably not.
Nope.
But a lot of baggage. You know, he's not necessarily a DeSantis guy. He's a Trump guy, if we want to do the whole Trump-DeSantis thing again, which Greg Stocker loves.
Yesterday, one of the hearings, the confirmation hearings, was Scott Bessent, who was picked for Treasury Secretary, right?
Yes.
So he spoke yesterday before the Senate Finance Committee. The big back and forth, I think, with this guy happened with Uncle Bernie Sanders, where they were talking. He was trying to get him to discuss what Joe Biden said in his farewell address about the oligarchy that is forming in this country, and how it's not beneficial, it's not helpful that, three people have, more wealth than the bottom, 50% or whatever it is. And he said that's not good for democracy. Right. Bessent throws it back into his face, saying that, well, I mean, Joe Biden has, George Soros and everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's roll some of this is cut 6, Phil.
To be here. Mr. Bessent, thanks very much for being in the office the other day. Mr. Bessent, the United States today has more income and wealth inequality than has ever existed in the history of our country. You got three people on top, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg, who are now worth almost $1 trillion. That is more than half of the bottom of our society, some 170 million people. Three people, more wealth than the bottom, 170 million. We have more concentration of ownership today than we have ever had. We have more concentration of ownership in the media, where a handful of billionaires like Musk, Bezos, Rupert Murdoch increasingly own the media and the information that the American people receive. We have a corrupt campaign finance system in which a small number of billionaires in both political parties make huge contributions into the presidential and congressional campaigns. When you have a small number of multi-billionaires who have enormous economic, media, and political power, would you agree with President Biden, who last night stated, and I quote, "An oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights, and freedoms." End of quote. That's what President Biden said last night.
Land the plane,
I agree
Vern.
with him. Do you?
God.
Senator Sanders, I enjoyed our visit.
Talk a little bit closer into the mic.
Was there a
I
question
enjoyed
there,
our
or was it a
visit,
statement?
and I hope you got my follow-up materials that on the discussions, my previous writings on the tariffs and China. And look, the three billionaires who you listed that all made the money themselves. Mr. Musk came to the country as an immigrant.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, when you have a handful of people like Musk, who will soon be part of the Trump administration, and others, when you have 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society, when these people have enormous influence over the media, when they spend huge amounts of money in both political parties to elect candidates. What Biden said last night is we're moving toward an oligarchy. I'm asking you that question. Do you think, forget how they made their money, do you think that when so few people have so much wealth and so much economic and political power that that is an oligarchic form of society?
Well, I would note that President Biden gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to 2 people who I think would qualify for his oligarchs. Yeah. So
this is not a condemnation of any one individual.
But you called 3 of them out.
I'm just asking you, would so few people have so much wealth and power? But do you think that is an oligarchic form of society?
Senator, I think it depends on the ability to move up and down the income.
No, that's not really the answer. I mean, even if you had that mobility, no matter who those individuals might be. All right, but let me ask you another question.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Bern.
There's so much to react to in this. I've got so much. I saw this clip yesterday, and I couldn't wait for this one. I've been salivating for this one. So the hypocrisy is so thick with this because of not just the question, but the messenger, Bernie Sanders. It is so thick you need Dawn Stensland's chainsaw to cut through this.
That's right, baby.
This is a man. By the way, nobody flees countries and heads to communist nations. Nobody flees countries.
Excuse me. I partied with the commies.
And nobody heads to socialist nations. They all want to come to capitalistic societies, notably the United States of America. Mm-hmm. Bernie Sanders despises capitalism, hates the fact that people make lots of money. However, walks into public office with 14 pennies in his pocket and now has a net worth, and you could look it up, in the millions. And this is a guy who, when he was just asked recently in another setting, was like, well, I make $179,000 a year, and I've done well with my book on the New York Times bestseller list. And I'm like, wait a minute. So then you say you hate capitalism, but you charge $95 for an autographed copy of your book. Another investigation that we need to launch is, who are these people that are actually seeking Bernie's autograph? Because there's no way I would ever want Bernie Sanders' autograph, and it's not worth $95. But let's talk. You want to talk about oligarchies and wealth? Let's look at the Bidens. How does Joe Biden have the money he has? Perhaps Romanian oligarchies? His son using the last name to enrich the Bidens up and down the list? How many different Bidens were doing bank wires and transfers of money that we talked about in those investigations? This guy, look, if you hate capitalism, okay, I think you're stupid. That's the American dream. But you can't be somebody that benefits from capitalism. And again, it's the hypocrisy. It's Joy Reid. You can't lecture us on election denialism and then start floating that out 4 years later when your side lost. I'm just about consistency. That's all.
Yeah.
And maybe I should know this question. The answer is that a Vermont accent? Or is that just him?
That's just Bernie. That's the way he speaks.
I mean,
somebody brings,
feel for him.
Somebody brings up the fact that he's been in Congress forever. Like, what has
Term
he
limits.
done to
Term limits, please?
And look, it's an interesting question about the power and wealth of human beings and corporations and stuff. Like, I'm fine having that discussion, but you can't sit there and call out people that are on one side and forget the other side. Yeah. You know what I mean? Also, to this side, remember when you talk about the boogeyman who may or may not own this company, we're fine with a billionaire who owns a Twitter because he's on our side. So Nick's right. Just be consistent with this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
And then how are you going to hate on Elon Musk, who is an immigrant, comes to this country now, and like somebody can dunk on me right now. Did Elon Musk inherit money? Was he born super wealthy?
No.
I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure.
Nope.
This guy went from, being a run-of-the-mill family, right? I don't know, his parents made XYZ, and now he's worth, he's got more money than the bottom 80 million in America. So why are you hating on that?
Yeah. I didn't hear you ask this question. You asked about his accent. He's from New York. He's from Brooklyn.
Oh, is that I didn't know. Is that New York? Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
So
Wretched place.
I mean, there are 10, the top 6 billionaires who've supported Biden, and even look back. We talked about this last summer. We talked about all the money. But Reid Hoffman, Howard Schultz, which is Starbucks, Michael Bloomberg, Tom Steyer, George Soros. I mean, there are a ton of actually more big money people supported if you look at the Democrats. And some of these individuals, like Bezos,
and they also
kind of switched. They're switching teams a little bit.
They all supported Biden in 20, and then Biden went to war against them. So they're like, screw you,
right?
You know what I mean? Like that's all this is.
And we're talking about the subject of money. I mean, my God, the sour grapes. Kamala Harris and the DNC outspent Trump 2-1.
Yeah,
and they have more billionaires on their side. And I always got to hear about, Trump's only doing to help his billionaire buddies out. My mother-in-law loves to drop that line. And I just say to her, you do realize there are more, and this is how people are so disconnected with party realignment. Like the Democrats are the party of the coastal Ivy League elitists with the billionaires. It's not the Republicans, but people that are so out of touch that still think it's 1997. You need to download the new version.
I'm going to give you a hot take that is nothing about what we're talking about, but it has to do with Bernie, and I'm sure the YouTube chat's going to light up after I say this. I believe that if the Democrats did not screw Bernie Sanders in 2016, that election would have turned out differently.
You think Bernie would have won over Trump?
I do.
Wow.
I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
I think those individuals are still angry because remember we were at the convention right here in Philadelphia, and they were livid when that whole deal was struck and Bernie was banned and that whole thing went down. That was wrong.
Yep. This I think it would be a completely different the political landscape we're in right now is all the fault of the Democrats for anointing Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yep.
I have to say, Greg, Trump still would have won, but what Bernie's really burned about, to your point, is that Trump it has changed so that the working people and those people that were attracted to Bernie are now Trump people.
So
I'm telling you,
if
he
you
would have won in 16.
No, he would.
If you remove the candidate but keep the policy, the progressive left wing, do you think? And now we lived it from 2021 through 2024. Do you think that maybe they missed the boat because timing in life is essential? Do you think that would have been? Do you think any progressive candidate would have won? Because Hillary was not progressive.
No. Right. I think Bernie Sanders would have won.
Okay.
I do. Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
But I think
That's
Bernie.
what I said. It's I know people are going to disagree with me. I don't care. I love it.
Yeah.
Please disagree with me. Joe Biden gave his farewell interview last night. Did you guys know that?
Farewell
interview.
He did the address Wednesday night.
He did the address.
So he had a farewell letter.
Yep.
Then he had the farewell address.
Yep. And now he's doing his last interview.
And who was it with?
Stop the hammering!
Larry O'Donnell.
Oh my God.
So dozens of people watched this.
Yeah,
I can almost guarantee you that nobody knew this interview took place. It happened at 10 o'clock last night. Nobody watched it. So I'm here to play clips for you because that's what I do. Let's start with cut 17. Joe Biden says that he is concerned with how fragile democracy is. Roll it.
And as that emotion was filling the room, but was there a sense of the release of a burden getting up from that desk?
No, but there was a sense that of serious concern. You've known me a long time. I really am concerned about how fragile democracy is. That sounds corny, but I mean, I really am concerned because you've heard me say it 100 times. I really think we're at an inflection point in history here. We're unrelated to any particular leader. Things are going to change drastically. Oh, yeah. And it occurs every 5 or 6 generations. And it usually is generated by technology, usually generated by, for example, if Gutenberg didn't invent the printing press, how would Europe ever gotten united in any way to understand what each country is thinking?
The hell is he talking
it sounds
about?
stupid.
Dropping a Gutenberg
matters. And what I realize is that, look, I got involved, I didn't think about it this way, but I got involved in public life because of the abuse of power.
Right.
I mean, my dad would say, the greatest...
Abuse of power.
I can't take anymore.
Sending around your crackhead son across the globe for checks. It's amazing to me that somebody would even want to. Because I said this yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
He is so off the radar for most of us right now. I mean, we're so focused on so many other things. Like Joe Biden at this point. And that just goes to show you how quick as a society we forget you or we just put you out of our memory and move on to the next thing, whether we're outraged about it or we're looking for, a distraction and some entertainment. But, man, when you think about this with this guy and now coming out again with the democracy thing, Americans rejected the message of threat to democracy. Trump, I just saw a CNN poll yesterday that almost 60% of respondents believe that Donald Trump will do a good job.
Yeah.
And that's a CNN poll. It's not a Fox News poll, right? So a threat to democracy, people aren't buying the 4 and 5 words of, fear that people want to throw out.
I will say this, when he's not wrong about the history of things, and if I just listen to his words about how things are going to change, I'm like, yeah, and this is a good thing. And when he talks of what he's referring to in history is, the age of enlightenment, revolution, and then how oftentimes that will coincide with times of great invention. Yeah. And that's true. Look at Elon Musk. Think back in the day, Ben Franklin, inventor, revolution. So he's not wrong about how these things go together. But as somebody, I listen to his words, and then as somebody who's a conservative who believes in Trump and everything that's happening, I think it is a magical time. I think we are going to see this transformation, but I think to me, it's a good thing.
I just love how he's so scared and so worried about big tech now. When big tech carried his water for 3 years,
100%. You're 100% right. You're 100%
such
right.
a fraud.
And big tech, by the way, the Zuckerbergs and all those guys, they only turned on him because he went after them. And it's just this whole it's nauseating to me.
Yeah. But make sure that everybody understands when you what you're meaning when you say he went after them, quote unquote. Now we hear Zuckerberg coming out and complaining about the fact when you say going out, they were trying to silence them. They were trying to use them as a weapon against transparency, a weapon against communication, and a weapon to silence people and deny them free speech rights.
Yep. By the way, speaking of Bernie Sanders, Deb Kennedy, who's always a great tweeter, says the confusion about Bernie's accent is because he has so much saliva coming out of his mouth. It's hard to tell where the hell he's from.
Joe Biden said he knew that Putin was going to go invade 3 weeks before he amassed his troops.
So just like in California, we knew 3 weeks before the wildfires would start.
We'll get to that in 1 second. All right, roll Joe.
But we just have to get back in the game. And that's all I've really done is take an economy that accommodated the foreign policy that allowed us to change the dynamic. For example, I mean, I knew what Putin was doing when he was amassing forces. Everybody says he's not going to go into. I knew what he was going to do, so I...
When did you know he was going to go in?
I knew he was going to go in about 3 weeks before he amassed those extra troops along the border.
And when did you decide? When did you make the presidential decision about what your response, this country's response, would be? Because you had to be given a menu. There's a menu, always a menu.
But the menu
includes doing nothing a lot of times.
That's right. There was a menu, but I already knew what the menu was. Look, Henry Kissinger called me 10 days before he died. And he said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over its shoulder at Russia with a sense of dread until now. I started...
Henry Kissinger, another disaster.
When Putin said to me he wanted to see the Findalization of Europe, I said, I'll tell you what you're going to get.
All these war
You're
criminals.
Gonna get,
all right, enough.
Yeah.
All these war criminals. Henry Kissinger. F him, too.
The only menu Joe was looking at in 2022 was the Friendly's ice cream menu, all right?
Yeah,
let's clear that up real quick. But I mean, O'Donnell there for what's his name? What's his nuts?
Lawrence.
Lawrence O'Donnell.
Lawrence
Yeah.
O'Donnell. That's okay.
Stop the hammering.
Stop the, I mean, he kind of
Stop the hammering.
Stop the hammering.
That's what Larry says when Dawn's putting something up on the weekend.
Oh, he likes me.
There's a moment there where it feels like he's kind of having a moment of dunking on Joe, where there's the option on the menu, so to speak, of doing nothing, and he's basically saying that Joe did nothing. I mean, if you know and you don't want to see Ukraine get demolished, and we know that the Democrats have been super, super pro-Ukraine. I mean, obviously Republicans have as well, even though Republicans are, well, why do you like Russia so much? Like Russia? If somebody dropped a nuke on Putin, said it'd be a great day. But this whole notion that Joe could have stopped this, yeah, but you have these warmongers, the military-industrial complex, but it works on both sides, right? We've talked about it countless times on this show. I despise Lindsey Graham. You think Lindsey Graham was saying that Joe, let's crank this baby up, let's make some money here?
Joe Biden said that he and Barack have had disagreements. He used to get mad at him when he was a kid.
Joe used to get mad at Barack. Well, he's got him by almost 30 years.
Roll cut 20. Roll cut 20.
You've heard Barack get mad at me when I was a kid all the time. He said, I know, all politics is personal.
Yeah.
Well, it's about understanding what motivates the other guy, other woman.
Money.
And what their interests are.
There you go.
What do you think the relationship, if you were to go through this right now, you've got, I would love to get them all in a conference room. We should do it. There should be a reality television show. Get the Bidens, grab Nance, get the Obamas, get Kamala. Everybody that was involved in the cover-up of his cognitive decline and everybody that was involved in the coup to subvert democracy and install Kamala, now that all the dust has settled and Trump has won and they were all defeated, and put them all together and just have them all on the record what they think about each other. I think they all hate each other. I truly believe that.
Well, it's funny you say that. This is Democrat Senator Chris Coons, who was on with Caitlin Collins the other night. He accidentally said the quiet part out loud. He says that Nancy Pelosi orchestrated a coup against Biden.
Mm-hmm.
You have to roll this. This is pretty unbelievable. Cut 9. This is cut 9, Phil. There you go.
But on Jill Biden and looking at this, she had a quote today to the Washington Post about Nancy Pelosi's role and Biden getting out of the race. And she said, quote, "We were friends for 50 years. I'm imagining she was using her teacher's voice. She said, quote, "It was disappointing." You know that Jill Biden is very careful with how she uses her words. What did you make of that moment?
Well, it's the first I'm hearing of it, but what I make of it is that she may well have wished that Speaker Pelosi had engaged directly with them rather than orchestrating a campaign to try and get President Biden to step down from the race. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, it was the right thing for him to do for his candidacy, for the country, for the party. But I do think there were some hard feelings about how that happened. Yep. At the end of the day, what matters most is that tonight, in that speech and in our conversation, I'm reflecting on the remarkable things that President Biden got done. He ran on bipartisanship. He spoke at his inauguration about working across the aisle. There were lots of folks who thought he wouldn't be able to get much done in a badly divided Congress, inaugurated just 2 weeks after January 6th. And in the end, he signed into law bipartisan bills that did more for infrastructure, gun safety, investing in veterans, rebuilding manufacturing than any president in decades. It's a really strong record of accomplishment.
He's leaving office despite that with an approval rating that matches when it was at his lowest.
I actually have the story here right in front of me from Politico with the headline, Jill Biden shares disappointment with Pelosi. Quote, "We were friends for 50 years. And I just saw the headline. Apparently, the New York Times also reporting that Chuck Schumer had a big hand in Biden. So this confirms what we said. So you have the debate on June 27th. It's an epic disaster for Biden. They have 3 weeks. They basically sack him on July 21st, right as we finished the bike ride down in Atlantic City. That news came out. I'll never forget. We're there at the 1210 tent.
Yep.
And I'm still sweating in my spandex, and people are coming up to Greg and I and like, hey.
Please, give us more description.
Yeah.
Sweating in his
Got sunburn.
Yeah, okay.
Inner thighs are chafing. And they're like, yeah, Joe just dropped out. And we're like, oh, well, I got the big take for tomorrow. So, yes, we were all over this. We said it was the power players. It was Schumer. It was Pelosi. It was Obama. Remember the New York Times op-ed written by George Clooney? Obviously Axelrod, all of these people that speak on behalf of Obama. And, now there's fractured relationships. A lot of people hating each other.
Yep.
No doubt. Democrats will devour their own. Republicans will do the same as well.
I wanted to. I don't usually do eulogies, but I think this is worthy. Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker, dead at the age of 90 years old. We all remember. We all remember the great Harry Doyle from Major League, one of the greatest movies of all time.
Certainly the greatest baseball movie of all time.
I would say one of the greatest comedies of all time.
Yep.
Let's play a little bit of Harry Doyle from Major League. Phil, roll it.
Leading 10-7, bases loaded, 2 down, and Rick Vaughn has come on to try and nail it down against Felipe Aguilar, a dangerous right-handed batter. Here's the pitch.
So good.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside.
Vaughn's doing his shit.
Ball 4. Ball 8. Low, and Vaughn has walked the bases loaded on 12 straight pitches. Boy, how can these guys lay off pitches that close? Hello again, everybody. Harry Doyle here, welcoming all you friends of the feather to another season of Indians baseball. A lot of new faces in Chief Wahoo's tribe this year as they take on the defending American League champs, the New York Yankees. And hopefully we'll have some of the names that go with those faces before their first at-bat. Anyway, listen to the roar of the crowd as the Indians take the field.
42 people there.
Yes, sir. They love this club here in Cleveland. Just a reminder, fans, about Die Hard Night coming up here at the stadium. Free admission to anyone who was actually alive the last time the Indians won a pennant.
It's amazing.
So
amazing
good.
Times.
He was great in so many things. Obviously, he made cameos in different entertainment venues. He showed up in WWF wrestling.
He was on Mr. Belvedere.
He was Mr. Belvedere.
He was on Mr. Belvedere in the 1980s. Great. I mean, not a great show. Terrible show, actually, but great for nostalgia. Anybody who grew up in the 80s remembers that show.
Jimmy Fallon had a great tweet yesterday about Bob Uecker. He says, the best of the absolute best, Bob Uecker, has gone off to that big broadcast booth in the sky at the age of 90. So sad to lose him at an age when most people are just getting ready to start another term in Congress.
What was that?
Tony Bruno.
The new laugh trap I have. Yeah.
Nice. Can we play a little bit more? By the way, the name Mr. Baseball given to him by Johnny Carson.
Is that right?
Yep.
I didn't know the origins of that.
Let's play a little tribute here to Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker. This is courtesy, I believe, of the MLB Network. Roll it, Phil.
I have only met two people in my life
Al Michaels,
who I could say their mouths would open up and all of a sudden there would be uproarious laughter. One of the guys would be Don Rickles. The other is Bob Uecker.
My first manager ever in baseball, Bertie Tebbetts, while playing in a game over at County Stadium, after my first game, told me that I should think about becoming a broadcaster.
He's a comedic genius. I've never met anybody who can spontaneously come up with some of the bizarre things that Bob Uecker comes up with.
200 lifetime batting average in the major league, which tied me with another sports great, averaging 200 or better for a 10-year period. Don Carter, one of our top bowlers.
To make people laugh is a good thing. I used to get questions from my kids about, why do you do that? Why do you talk about yourself the way you do? I said, because it's funny and it makes people laugh.
Bob Uecker's major league career began in 1956 when he signed with his hometown Milwaukee Braves. 6 years later, he made his big league debut with the team, but he wasn't exactly their best player.
Could he hit? Well, I'm just glad I didn't take his advice. You know, Spawn, Matthews, myself, we would start talking about hitting, and everybody would said, Bob, this conversation you out of. Leave it alone.
Euchre's playing career surely was.
There you go.
So good. Yep.
Bob Uecker, rest in peace, at 90 years old.
All right, we will come back and chat with our buddy Sean Farish. The temperature, the flu has subsided, and we will find out what the 47th president of the United States has to say on the business day eve of Inauguration Day. Coming up on Monday, January 20th. Sean Farish next, but right now a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. How about the Honda Prologue? It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit for when you're on the go, because all of us are always on the go, unless you're one of those schlubs who wants to work from home and hasn't responded to a work from home mandate ending. You get in your car, you drive to work. Charging kit on the go will come in handy. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $229. That's right, $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. And shop online anytime, piazzahonda.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
You don't have to wait until our next event to start your crash-proof retirement educational process. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback,
Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Let's go, Harry. Oh, yeah, let's go. Not Harry, but down to Nashville, Tennessee. As we get ready to speak to Sean Farish coming up in just a little bit. But right now we begin with the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, back with us on a very, very busy weekend ahead. Mr. President, hello, sir.
Well, we're very happy. I can tell you this. First of all, there is no more flu. I am proud to announce that we have declared victory over that stupid virus. What a stupid virus. And my immune system really did a fantastic job. It took a long time. I have to say that. It took a long time. And we're still coughing up. I can't even believe, and I can't even begin to tell you the things that are coming out. Oh, no. But it's worse than the bad hombres, I can tell you that. But we're doing well, and the fever is gone. We deported the fever, and we got rid of so much. We're doing so well. We're at the pinnacle. We're the poster child of health. They say RFK is make America healthy again. We're the poster child of health, and we're doing very well. We're excited about Inauguration Day, Monday, January 20th, 12 noon. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah. Nobody has ever been inaugurated like this before. We're going to have such a fantastic party, festivities like you have never seen before. The village people, I call them the beautiful village people. And we have so many people, so many beautiful people that are coming. Carrie Underwood, so many great people are coming. We're very excited about it.
Wow.
You know what? We'll get to the Senate confirmation hearings and some of the individuals who performed well this week in just a moment. But since you started with Hollywood, let's stay there. Special ambassadors to Hollywood now include Sylvester Stallone, Jon Voight, and Mel Gibson. Your thoughts on those three?
Well, you look at this, right? You look at Jon Voight, you look at Sylvester Stallone. These are great people, but you look at Mel Gibson, right? Or as I call him, Benjamin Martin, right? He's the patriot. And he did a fantastic job. He fought with George Santos in the Revolutionary War. He did very well. Based off of a true story, General George. The General George that a lot of people talk about is Washington. Yeah. And he had beautiful hair, too. You look at his hair. He had beautiful hair, too. But nobody talks about General George Santos, the drag queen on the battlefield of Saratoga. And, you look at it, but you look at Benjamin Martin, you look at Mel Gibson in his Paul Revere, and I knew Paul very well, by the way, and I called him. I said to him, Paul, the British are coming. You know that? He said, sir, what do you mean the British are coming? I said, 1, if by land, 2, if by sea. The British are coming. Get on your horse and ride and tell everybody about it. And Paul Revere wrote, and he told everybody, he said, the British are coming. I have it from good people. And he warned everybody that they were coming, and they came, and we beat them, and we beat them big time. And nobody's ever been beaten as bad as the British, except maybe Kamala Harris or Rihanna with Chris Brown. Who knows? But, it happened. She wrote a song about it. He beat me with an umbrella, right? Ella. It's horrible. But you see what happens. You look at it. Mel Gibson is going to, and I told him this. I said, Mel, he said, what, sir? I said, if you don't show up on day 1 to your new position as special ambassador to Hollywood in the Benjamin Martin garb, the regalia, the attire, you're fired. He said, sir, I haven't fit into those clothes in a very long time. I said, you better fit into them or you better get new ones. You have to show up in your uniform. That's your uniform. And if you show up out of uniform, we're going to have a lot of problems.
Oh, Let's just wrap it up. It's not going to get any better than that. So let's get to Senate confirmation hearings. Look, you warned Pete Hegseth. You said, I picked you for this. You're a tough guy. They're going to come at you. They came at him. And I got to tell you, Mr. President, I thought Pete Hegseth came out aces.
Pete Hegseth was calm, cool, and collected, and he did a fantastic job. You had Pocahontas, and she said, why won't you say that, the generals and they joined the military? He said, I'm not a general. And the entire room laughed at her. And from what I understand, the comment, she thought she was going to get him. She thought she was going to get him. She said, watch this, I'm going to get him. It looked a lot better for Pocahontas when she was rehearsing it with the smoke signals. She said, here's what we're going to do. And it didn't work out. I heard the next time that she takes on Pete Hegseth, she's going to be wearing war paint, right? She's going to be doing her tribal war dance like Finding Nemo at the summit of Mount Wanahakalugi, right? Ha-hu-wahi, ha-ho-ho-ho. You look at her, and she's doing a terrible job, right? She's doing a horrible job. You look at Tammy Duckworth. You look at Mazie Hirono. What a stupid person. And we have the greatest person from Hawaii, right? We have Tulsi. I call her Hula Hula. I also got along very well with King Kamehameha I of Hawaii. We did very well. Sugarcane, fantastic crop over there in Hawaii. We do very well with them. But you look at Mazie Hirono, stupid person. You look at a lot of people on that Senate committee, and they did a horrible job. They did terrible things. And then you look at, and I don't like this guy too much because he has too many first names, Mark Wayne Mullen, right?
Yeah.
But he's a good guy. He did a fantastic job. And he called out the people. They're voting drunk. They're doing terrible things. And when you look at it, when you hear that they're voting drunk, it makes a lot of sense when you see the type of garbage that gets through the House. When you see Chuck Schumer elected majority leader, or Mitch McConnell, I call him Glitch McConnell, elected majority leader. They must be drunk to be doing things like that, right? Yeah, they must be drunk to be doing things like that. But these were, they call them fireworks. I think Pete Hegseth handled them very well. Calm, cool, and collected. He looked great. He sounded great, and he did a fantastic job. That's why we picked him, because he did a fantastic job.
As did Pam Bondi. I thought if you gave Pete an A, you'd have to give Pam an A as well. I thought she handled that incredibly well. Your thoughts on your attorney general from the state of Florida?
Well, Pam Bondi did a fantastic job, too. She embarrassed, and it's an easy thing to do when you look at it. He does it every day by waking up. But she embarrassed Shifty Schiff, who has he's got the biggest head the world has ever seen, right? It's a watermelon head, and it's propped up by a teeny tiny pencil neck. You know that? We call it an engineering miracle. That head should not be able to sit on that neck. And it's probably all out of whack. You look at him and you look at his eyes, right? The bug eyes, the crazy eyes. He's got big eyes, a big head, a tiny neck, and a tiny something else. You know what I'm talking about, right? Very small, very, very, everybody knows it, right? Everybody knows it. That's why the Russians were able to prank him. They say, we're going to take advantage of this guy. Yeah. But you look at it, she embarrassed him. She embarrassed a lot of people. She's a very smart person, right? We only pick smart people. We don't pick stupid people. She's a very smart person, and she did fantastic in front of the Senate. Nobody really has done a better job than Pam and Pete. They're great. And you look at our Pete, by the way. Our Pete is great. Their Pete is stupid. You look at their Pete. Buttigieg. This is a stupid guy. And it's incredible. The party of DEI, right? Yeah. All of a sudden cares about qualifications. How was Pete Buttigieg qualified to be the transportation secretary? I don't care what he transports, where he transports it. I don't care where they call him, right? They say the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, no. Come on. No.
They lost to the Eagles. Pete Buttigieg was not qualified. Sam Brinton was the nuclear waste guy, right?
Yep.
The only qualifications that Sam Brinton had to be the nuclear waste guy is maybe he was exposed to a lot of nuclear waste when you look at him, right? He looks like Sid from Toy Story. What a bad guy. But you look at these people, none of these people were qualified. Darth Vader, or as I call him, Lloyd Austin, with that mask. He's you have the Imperial March. He went missing for a long time. We know that he was getting cancer treatments, but you got to tell somebody. Yep. You got to tell somebody. He didn't tell anybody. Mm-hmm. He went missing. This is the most unqualified. Who could forget about her? Kamala Harris, the most unqualified presidential nominee in the history of the world. Very unqualified, horrible person, stupid person, very stupid person. You look at her. But you have the least qualified administration in the history of the world. Now they care about qualifications. Pete and Pam and all of our people are so qualified. Nobody's ever been more qualified. That much I can tell you.
Donald Trump is joining us. Somebody that will not be joining you includes multiple individuals on Monday. No Nancy Pelosi, no Michelle Obama, no AOC. Your thoughts, Mr. President, on a couple of females that seem to be not great sports, so to speak?
Well, let's talk about the females first. We'll talk about Nancy Pelosi and AOC because the third person, there's a lot of debate. We'll tell you about that, right? Michael Motorcycle, a lot of people call her. I don't call her that. I call her Michelle, but some people call her Big Mike, right? They call her Big Mike. But you look at it, AOC, stupid person. Nancy Pelosi. Now, Nancy Pelosi is not a stupid person. Nancy Pelosi is a very smart person, but she's a mean person and a nasty person. But AOC is not allowed to show up because we said no stupid people at the inauguration. He does not have the IQ to get into the front gate. You know, it's like when Ron DeSanctimonious, we played golf, by the way, but when he wanted to be vice president, I said, you weren't tall enough. AOC wanted to come to the inauguration. I said, you're not smart enough. This is only for smart people. You look at Nancy Pelosi, right? This is crazy, Nancy, by the way. And she has a walker, and it's supposed to snow. There's going to be ice. Her walker is not four-wheel drive compatible, so she's not going to come. The cold weather is going to bother her newly replaced hip, right? Hip hop anonymous. She has this newly replaced hip, and she's not going to do well in the cold weather. I wonder what Bernie Sanders, you know, you look at crazy Bernie, he had the mittens last time. I wonder if he's going to do the same thing. We'll see what happens. But Michelle Obama, and there's a lot of people who are thinking that Barack and Michelle are headed their separate ways. I don't know about it. I have no idea about it.
That's what we've heard.
But she's not going to show up. So we'll see what happens. A lot of people don't know if she's a she. We're not going to say that. But she's not going to show up. And we don't really want her there, to be honest with you. She's a horrible person. She said very nasty things about me. And Barack said very nasty things about me, too. He talked about crowd size and the size of something else. Yeah. But when we were at Jimmy Carter's funeral, I looked at him and I said, you know, it's bigger than Mike's, right? He started laughing, right? So, you know, he thought it was a funny joke. That much I could say. And this whole presidency has been a joke. And we know that Crooked Joe, we know that a lot of these people have been a joke. But Inauguration Day is going to be fantastic. And they're skipping the lunch, which is a shame because it's the only time they're going to get free McDonald's. You know, I get the employee discount. Yeah. We're going to be having Big Macs and McNuggets for the inaugural lunch. The greatest lunch the world has ever seen. They don't want to be there. More McNuggets for me. I'm very happy about it.
Wow. Speaking of skipping out on lunch, Mr. President, last one for you. Stacey Abrams, she's never missed a lunch or a meal for that matter. She was nailed with a record fine as her group is forced to pay the largest campaign violation fine recorded in Georgia history. You know, she loves to preach from the soapbox, election denialism. She's denied twice. She's been denied in multiple elections and now committing the largest campaign violations. Your thoughts on the beast from the Southeast?
Well, she used to preach from the soapbox until she stood on the soapbox and broke the soapbox. You know, you look at it, it snapped and she went down like nobody's ever seen. And then there was tsunami warnings going up around the world because that's a big person, right? You look at her. We call her the beast of the Southeast, right? We call her the beast of the Southeast. And she's got those teeth. What a gap, right? It's a bigger gap than in between the subway car and the platform. They say, mind the gap. But they're talking about when she talks, you know? Michael Strahan is jealous. And by the way, and I like this guy a lot, but I haven't seen these two in the same room. Stacey Abrams and David Ortiz. They look very, very similar.
Oh,
right?
Big Papi and Big Sloppy.
Right? Big Papi. I call Stacey Abrams Big Mommy, right? You look at her. She is a big person, I can tell you that. And she's never skipped a lunch. She's probably never even skipped a midnight snack. And she's probably never skipped anything when you look at it. The only thing she's ever run for, the only time she's ever run is when she ran for office. because you look at that one. She is, they say, like my friend Obi-Wan, right? I call him Ben. That's no moon. It's a space station. Some people call it something else, but we're not going to go there. We don't want to get in trouble. A hole of color, maybe we'll talk about. But you look at it, she got in a lot of trouble, and nothing these people do are legitimate. Nothing they do is legitimate. Campaign finance violation, $300,000 fine, stupid Stacey Abrams. And these people in Georgia are so corrupt. You look at fat Fannie Willis, you look at Stacey Abrams, you look at Nathan Wade, and Fannie, by the way, the Nathan's hot dog eating champion. Nobody eats hot dogs like Fannie. And you know what I'm talking about, right? With mustard, right? The sanctimonious, they eat them like crazy. But you have these people in Georgia, they're cheaters, they're corrupt, they're horrible people, and now they're being held accountable. I don't feel bad. And I hope that the next time she gets airlifted to another place, maybe another soapbox that's been reinforced by big, beautiful U.S. Steel, maybe she'll learn her lesson and do things the right way. You know, when I do things the right way, I get in trouble for it. When she does things the wrong way, she gets a fine. Maybe she should be indicted. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But the beast of the Southeast, sooner or later, will be irrelevant. That much I can tell you.
Sean Farish is Donald J. Trump, as always, on his A game. Farish will stick around. It's a Farish Friday. I'm going to get his thoughts on Biden's farewell address, the future of TikTok, the ceasefire in the Middle East, and also Joy Reid, election denier. Get those glasses ready, Farish. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
You've heard me talk about my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You know by now. I love the work they've done in my home to make my home much more beautiful. Windows, doors, especially that glass row of doors out off my foyer area. You know by now, if I needed especially new windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman family team. So until the end of this month, until the end of January, you got to hear this. You can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door from Chapman. And what that means is it's like an instant makeover. If you think about your new front entry door, it just changes the entire look and feel of your home when you drive up or when guests drive up. Maybe you have an upcoming wedding, graduation taking place this year. I'd take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. And who wouldn't want that gorgeous new door in your photos? Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They carry a range of these top brands to choose from, including Provia. They're going to work with you to pick the perfect front door for you. You can visit their showroom in Westchester, or they can come to your house, whichever you choose. Whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, give them a call. You can text them right now. They're local, they're like-minded, they're listening, 610-431-8898, or you can take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly
imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. 9:03, Kayal and Company. It is a Farish Friday. Sean Farish is with us, coming off another tremendous rendition of Donald Trump impersonation work. By the way, big Inauguration Day coming up Monday. We will be out at the NAC broadcasting live. And Sean Farish, we are extending the invitation to you if you would like to make a cameo and a digital appearance on Monday if you don't have any plans. We have 4, I believe, correct, Stalker, 75-inch televisions that will be at the broadcast.
We do, yes.
We could get you up on the big screen if you want to pop in on Inauguration Day for some commentary.
Yeah, let's set it up. Let's set it up. Inauguration Day. We got to celebrate. Let's start early and make it happen. So let's set it up. Set something up.
Sounds good. My people
I will be there.
Yeah.
We're going to make it happen, by the way.
All right. We'll get in touch with your agent, and we'll negotiate like a Middle East ceasefire and get it done.
I have to say this. Yeah. Beautiful televisions, right?
Yeah.
75 inches. And I know a thing or two about that. That much I can tell you.
Exactly right. So let's start right off the top here. I think a lot of people are giving you credit for the ceasefire in the Middle East, Mr. President. But Sean Farish, how much credit do you think? I think Trump should get a lot of credit here. Joe Biden might have did some of the framework back in May, But this thing went on for 15 and a half months, and here comes Trump, and it's maybe not so much there's hell to pay, but you have his envoy going out there. One of the publications in the Middle East said that Trump's envoy accomplished more in a day than Biden did the entire year. So your thoughts on this ceasefire and the credit game, so to speak?
Well, I mean, I think Trump deserves a lot of the credit. Maybe not all of it. As you said, the framework had already been agreed to. Well, not agreed to, but put forth, or maybe a rough draft of what this plan would look like back in May. But I mean, if it wasn't Trump, then why did it take up until 4 days before inauguration for it to be signed, right? So I think even a Clinton advisor, and on it was CNN or one of the mainstream networks, might have been ABC, mentioned that it's the Trump effect. Trump is right around the corner, and he's talking big, and he's saying if the hostages aren't released by the time inauguration comes around, all hell will break loose in the Middle East. Hamas doesn't want that. I will say this, I don't love the deal. I don't hate the deal. I'm happy the hostages are going to be released. But unfortunately, after October 7th, I was looking at it saying, well, this may be, what we finally needed to eradicate the world of Hamas. And it looks like they're going to stick around for a little bit. Now, I understand when you get rid of one terror group, another one will just pop up in its place. So, you could rid the world of Hamas, and then another group with a new name with the same ideology will just pop up. Now, it's not like it's a futile battle, but in some ways it kind of is.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think this is Donald Trump saying, look, Hamas is actually getting a pretty decent deal. They're getting a lot of prisoners back. They're not getting eradicated. And we're going to have peace. The death is going to stop. But how long do you think Hamas can control themselves is the question. How long until they launch a rocket and break the terms of this deal? Because that's really what we have to look at. And what happens after that? How long can you keep them at bay? That's the question. And I think this deal, basically it puts them on the spot and says, if you mess around, everyone's signing the deal here. We're taking you at your word. You shouldn't be taking terrorists at their word. But if they decide that they're going to mess around and start launching rockets, or one of their proxy groups is going to start attacking Israel again, game over.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's the angle here. Maybe it's, hey, we're going to give you a pretty decent deal. Hamas is celebrating it as a win. We're going to give you a pretty decent deal here. And if you go back on your word, everything's off the table, and it's time to go bye-bye.
Want to get your thoughts on TikTok. You do so many things on social media that go viral, and you look at the threats, and there's two threats allegedly, right? You have China spying on American citizens, stealing data and information. And then, of course, the threat internally, the FBI. Now that changes with Kash Patel, you hope, you presume. But also the ban that's coming on Sunday. There's reports out there that Trump wants to kind of extend this by 60 to 90 days to figure it out. What do you think the future holds for TikTok? And why wouldn't China or ByteDance, why wouldn't they sell this to America if it's worth so much? I don't understand why China is saying, yeah, we're totally fine if it goes dark.
Well, because there's these other apps now, right? It's like Red Note and all these other ones that people are going to, which is like a worse app. And that's a lot of the times when you ban something. When they banned alcohol, people started making it in their bathtub and dying, right? So, I don't like bans. I don't really like bans of any nature, with regards to what you have access to from a product standpoint. I have no problem banning men from women's restrooms. That's a safety issue for females. But when you look at an app like TikTok, it's very easy to get addicted and find yourself death scrolling, but it's also very easy to just put your phone down, right? And personal accountability has to become, something that we look for, instead of the government kind of regulating Americans away from what we consider harm. China's getting your data whether you use TikTok or not. I hate to say it. So if you have one of these, right, China's got your data, period. It's going to happen. The threat with TikTok is that algorithm. And I think that's why China doesn't want to sell it, because that algorithm is very, very malicious. If a child gets into the wrong stuff on TikTok, they're never getting out of it. it's also a dopamine thing, right? When you start a new account, your account gets like a little bit of a boost, and you think, oh wow, I'm a celebrity. I get, thousands of likes, and then you just get stuck doing it, and then you don't do it, and you start paying, and you do all these little campaigns. It's a trap, right? If you can't, but so is donuts, right? So is ice cream. Like too much of anything is bad. So if we could just focus on moderation and personal accountability. If children are getting addicted to TikTok, well, the parent has to step in and make rules and enforce them, right? Not let the government come in and ban it. We saw the exact same thing. We saw this happen. Ironically, it's not the same thing, but in the mid 2000s, there was Sesame Street came under fire with the Cookie Monster. Parents were complaining that the Cookie Monster was resulting in their kids becoming obese because the puppet was a bad role model and their children were eating too many cookies.
Yeah.
Stop buying the cookies. If that's all you have to do. They're not driving to the supermarket. Your 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid. You are, and you're coming home with those packs of Chips Ahoy. It's your fault that your child is eating all the cookies. It's not the freaking puppet's fault. That's that's the biggest thing. So I was very upset about it because I like the Cookie Monster.
Damn right.
So I signed an online petition because they turned him into the Veggie Monster, which is lame. Nobody wants to sit there and eat carrots and nom 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 nom. They want the cookies and the crumbs and everything to go everywhere. It comes down to just don't take your parenting advice from a puppet on Sesame Street. Don't look to the government to play mom or dad. That is your job, okay? If your child is addicted to TikTok, it's a malicious app in that regard. You got to step in and get them off. That's all, okay? It's that simple. I used to, when I grew up, it was like, you don't play that many video games. If I was playing that many video games, it was like, plug comes out of the wall, go outside and do something with your bike and your friends.
Amen.
No problem. Okay. That's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. You do, but you're afraid to tell your kids no now, and it's a whole thing. And then they become victims and they hate you. Just personal accountability. I don't want the government to ban an app. They want to cite national security concerns. Well, then every app on your phone is doing it. Everyone's getting your data and selling it to the highest bidder. In many cases, China's the highest bidder. What I will say, the reason they don't want to sell it is because they do not want to give up their trade secrets. That algorithm on TikTok is unlike any other algorithm in any other app. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, X. The TikTok algorithm, and there's a rumor, I don't know if it's true, is different here in the United States than it is in China. TikTok could be useful. There are some good how-tos. You want to look up, how to chop an onion, you could find it on TikTok. You want to look up, how to paint your house, you could find it. There's some really fun. By the way, there's this guy who races pool balls on a treadmill. I think it's the weirdest thing, but the funniest thing. He just throws them and they roll and he launches cups at them, and it's the funniest thing. He's like talking about it like it's a sport. He's announcing it like it's NASCAR. It's hilarious, but it's brain rot. Too much of that, you're going to wind up like, Whenever I use TikTok, I used to go on. I used to watch huskies misbehaving, parrots talking, political stuff. And then some gun stuff, people shooting shotguns and flamethrowers and all sorts of real fun eye candy. And then I put it down and that's it. It's that simple. Just moderation. That's all you got to do.
Speaking of brain rot, let's get to Joy Reid. Phil, let's have this ready. Clip 15, because I know for years the mainstream media.
Sean put his glasses on.
There you go. Get them on. Get them on. And this is a relatively long clip, so you're going to have to keep these on throughout the duration.
We don't have to play the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll just get to the meats and potatoes of this one. So Joy Reid now is an election denier and thinks maybe smart guy Elon Musk was messing around with voting machines. Cut 15, Phil. Let's go.
They're even talking about stealing an election. And it's making me rethink whether I do believe election machines can be hacked. Because I've always been you can't hack the election machines, but they're convincing me, I don't know, maybe you can. I don't know.
I mean, to me in this world, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
There are all these conspiracy theories out there about Trump and whether or not they cheated. I know you say that they didn't, but I know you kind of have
Wait a minute. I didn't say they didn't. What I said is there is a rational explanation for why Kamala Harris could have lost those swing states and Trump won them. There's a way you can get to those numbers with people staying home or only voting for Trump and not the rest of the ballot. I'm saying there's a history of that. However,
let me hear it, because
what I will say is there was absolute voter suppression that took place, and I consider that cheating. If you think about the voter law in your state of Georgia, that law is anti-voter. When you have bomb threats only in Fulton County, we don't know how many people stayed home out of fear because of the bomb threats in Fulton County. When you have Elon Musk waving around $1 million checks in order for people to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many things that were done that were nefarious, to put aside just the actual voter suppression in these anti-voter laws that kept people from registering, that messed up people's voter registration when they showed up and all of a sudden they're not on the rolls.
But that happens every year, right? That happens
every
all
election.
the time.
John Farish, your thoughts?
Had to take them off. You had to put them on because the problem is if the FDA has not evaluated these statements, of course, but prolonged exposure to Joy Reid is the disclaimer. Prolonged exposure to Joy Reid to the naked eye, can cause retinal damage, itching and burning of the skin or face, explosive diarrhea, projectile vomiting, depression, and suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
You watch enough Joy Reid and you're just like, you know what? Maybe I'm not long for this earth. But you have, first of all, where was she? What room? Was she in like a storage unit? Could she clean the room, by the way? Could she? It was a disaster. Okay? Like it was given. Listen, I'm not the cleanest guy. Okay? Sometimes stuff piles up around me. And I, as a matter of fact, if we were to turn the camera around, there would be some stuff. But, at least in my frame, it looks good.
Yeah.
Okay?
Can you imagine what her house looks like?
She looks like a hoarder. First of all, I mean, it was the first. Let's be honest, okay? There were books. She doesn't read those, okay?
Read this, read that, read none of it.
No, she doesn't read them, okay? She doesn't read them. The second thing, the sweatshirt, melanin. Are we kidding me? That's number 2. 3. Are those two related? Both their names are Reid.
Yeah,
are they like?
We speculated.
Yeah,
we speculated.
We don't know.
I think Jackie and Joyanne. So
Where's Jackie?
I would assume that they're
Where's
sisters.
where's Jackie? Joe Biden with his where's the dead congressman? I don't know, Joe. Where do you think she is? Probably 6 feet under. So now Elon Musk hacked the election machines. This is after she made a big deal about J6 and how elections can't be stolen, but they can be stolen if she doesn't like the result. It's just you wonder why people. She sits there probably at night, not reading her books, maybe in that cluttered storage room where she just shot that, and she wonders why 54% of her audience is gone. Like just watch that clip, okay, and you will know why 54% of your audience is gone. Now, granted, probably 20% of the audience will be gone because she's hard to look at. Yeah. All right. And it's a very, and she's also, and like another 5% because she's hard to listen to. But then the rest of them, she's nuts. Like she's actually a crazy person. And the problem is she has a platform. The good thing is her platform's getting smaller because people are turning the media off. The traditional media, MSNBC, like Rachel Madcow's coming back full-time at MSNBC for Trump's first 100 days. I want her to come back and say, thank you, Donald. You gave me work, right? Because without him, she wouldn't be doing that. Yeah. We're creating jobs. Look at that. Even for people we don't like, we're creating jobs. But, oh, man, I can't stand Joy Reid. She is a race-baiting communist and a nasty, vile, hateful person.
Yep.
Right? Don't even worry about the fact that she's ugly, okay? Both inside and out. She is a nasty person. Yep. Just gross. She spews venom every time she's on the camera and wants to be this, high and mighty, holier than that. Would you clean the room you're broadcasting out of, please? All right?
I agree.
Or at least, you know what? Don't clean it. Just move this stuff out of frame and make it look like it's a clean room. All right? Like kind of what I do. There's stuff everywhere, but you don't see it.
Yeah, exactly right. Final one for you. This was a little bit under the radar yesterday. I saw it on X. I'm not sure how much coverage it got in the media, whether it's Fox News or on mainstream media. But there's a picture, and I presume it's him, of Daniel Penny back on the New York subways.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there. He's got his winter coat on. Looks like maybe a hooded sweatshirt, maybe some headphones underneath the hoodie he's wearing. And I just saw that, and I'm like, A, what a badass. And 2, also, it's like an advertisement of I was never in the wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm back to riding the subway to wherever I go like I used to before my life was turned upside down. I thought it was just a very strong visual image yesterday.
Yeah, it was Return of the Jedi is what I said, right? He's back on the subway. The subway's never been safe. Like every subway car with Daniel Penny in it is the safest subway car in the city. Who's messing with him? Right? Okay, so someone's going to try and light that guy on fire? I don't think so.
No.
Now, the subway is a mess, but if you're in the presence of Daniel Penny, he's like Batman. It's crazy. Maybe he'll join the Guardian Angels just for like a day or something with like Curtis Sliwa. I don't know. It was nice to see him. It was a statement. It was a statement, and I don't think it's like, hey, come ride the subway with me. But it's a statement that, yeah, he wasn't in the wrong. He knows he wasn't in the wrong. Everybody knows he wasn't in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Even Hawk Tua Newsome knows he wasn't in the wrong. But he had to, grandstand and talk about how, we need black vigilantes. No, you don't. We don't need any Stop. Okay. You know what we need? How about this? How about you take all that energy and you talk to the Bucktooth Bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul, and you say, can we enforce the law, please, in this state?
Yeah.
And get rid of cashless bail.
Yep.
And then you wouldn't need any vigilantes because you'd have actual law enforcement, right? You wouldn't have any problems.
Mm-hmm.
So I loved seeing him on the subway. It was a nice statement. We have the golden age about to begin in 3 days. You got Daniel Penny, Return of the Jedi on the subway. It was just, it's very symbolic and emblematic of things are starting to fall into place. And things are starting to become right with the world again. Good for him. It is a brave thing to do because he's a target, but good for him. And I hope to see more of that. I'll be honest. I hope to see more of that. And maybe he will do something. He should do something with the Guardian Angels, show up with the red beret and something, him and Curtis hanging out on the subway. I think that would be a kind of a cool spectacle, little PR stunt or something to kind of be an even bigger symbol of trying to make the subway safer.
I agree. Let's do 8:30 on Monday morning if you're cool to jump on for a little bit.
Let's do it. I love it.
Yeah, wow.
All right.
So everybody that's going to be out at the Newtown Athletic Club on Monday, remember, we're out there starting at 6 a.m., but we're out there till 3 p.m. all day. Sean Farish will join us for a inauguration preview.
Yeah, wear your Trump suit like you did when we were in Jersey a couple of months ago.
Oh, you want me to suit up?
Yeah, suit up, brother. Let's do it.
Okay.
8:30.
It may even be a wig.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, that would be even better.
8:30 a.m. or as close as we can get to that on Monday morning.
Ish.
Yes.
A lot of ish on this show.
A lot of ish.
All right. Great stuff, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Love you, man.
Oh, you got it.
Thanks, pal.
Love you, buddy.
There he is, Sean Farish. We will come back, get to all of the typical bells and whistles in the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday as things completely devolve into chaos for the final 35 minutes. But we like that. Yeah. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm, and there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, 928, live on this Friday morning. Big three in a matter of moments. Today in music history, our McCausland Eagles playoff divisional round locks. Does anybody have the gumption to take the Rams? You going to buy into they're dealing with wildfires, so they're going to play with their hair on fire? We'll see. Movie clip as well for a $50 Macy's gift card.
What?
But yeah, I'm just giving everything away here.
Wow.
Yeah, we're like, I feel like Snoop in the T-Mobile commercial. But by the way, right now, caller 10 at 855-839-1210 will get a pair of tickets to Philadelphia Orchestra's performance of Tchaikovsky's Pathétique.
Yeah.
Which is a great way to describe Adam Schiff, by the way, on Thursday, January 23rd at the Kimmel Center's Marian Anderson Hall. For tickets and more information, you can visit Phil, that's Phil, orch.org. Caller 10, you're going to see the performance. 855-839-1210. Right now, time for a Dawn Stensland performance with the Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
American hostages are coming home, along with dozens of victims kidnapped and held hostage by terrorists in underground caves since October 7th, 2023, 468 days ago. This is the latest word just this morning after the Israeli Security Cabinet has just voted this morning to approve a hostage release and ceasefire agreement with Hamas. This confirmation from all of the above, including, of course, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So phase one beginning this weekend. 2 American hostages, we have confirmed this, will be coming home, and it looks like they're expected to be released before Sunday, Sagdekel Chen, as well as Keith Siegel. We've talked a lot about Eden Alexander. Remember, the 19-year-old who grew up in New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Eden's parents speaking out yesterday. They've held a lot of rallies. I know last night Lester Holt interviewed Eden's dad, but remember, he was 19, just graduated from high school in Jersey, headed to college, and went overseas. So he was among those, 250 captives, including originally there were 12 American hostages. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we've confirmed that at least 4 of them killed by their captors there. But the families releasing statements, deeply grateful for this word. But unfortunately, the word this morning is that Eden, because he had signed up as to serve, as many American Jews, have joint, citizenship and want to serve in the Israeli military, sort of a rite of passage. He was over there. So because he's identified as a young man who's serving, 19, just turned 20 right before Christmas and Hanukkah, but he will not be in the first group of those released. And we're just confirming that with his family.
Could you? I'm not sure how this works as far as if you're being released, but could you imagine knowing as a captive hostage that you're not in the first wave, but yet help is on the way? Ugh, I can't imagine.
Remember, I think we played part of. In December, the kidnappers, the terrorists, they released a video of Eden.
Oh, yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And he was basically making a plea to, comply and get this done, let us come home, and just sort of rips your heart out. Mm-hmm. And so his parents, have been among those. They've been vocal. They just, yesterday, they held another supportive rally, but just, keep praying. But they did, all the families of the American hostages, even those who know that their loved ones were killed, releasing a statement, just a very, carefully written statement, just grateful, thankful, just bring them home.
Boy, I tell you what, you survived that for a year and a half. You can handle anything else life throws your way.
So it's we're still getting all the details. Wow. 98 hostages to be released, 33 of them in this quote unquote first wave. And then the realization that we've confirmed that at least a third of the 98 are, and their families still want their remains to properly bury them, but at least a third not coming home alive. You know what I'm saying? Tragic. So all of this, I just want to really bring that home. It's about the hostages. And by the way, we're the only ones reporting it this way, among the only ones, because so many just choose to report it in a different way. Mm-hmm. Bias by omission, right?
Yep.
I do want to point out to you, South Jersey man awaiting trial for his role in the J6 2021 situation there. He has now been granted permission by a judge to return to D.C. to attend President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration.
Well, how about that? Hey, that's got to be mixed emotions.
Right?
So you've got a pending legal matter, but yet you're allowed to go to a celebration.
So 41-year-old Lee Gyabi, he's of East Hampton Township, arrested and charged last year. We've talked about his, case. His attorneys have basically said, put off anything. And there's a Willow Grove man in the same boat. There's still people waiting sentencing and that sort of. But in this one, the federal judge granted and said, go ahead, you can go. So he's among those, they're expecting that they will, from courtesy of President Trump, among the first wave expected to be pardoned from this. So
okay,
we're waiting for that. But I just want to localize some of these stories for you. Did we talk about the 3 honorees yet? President-elect Trump announcing these 3 special envoys with the purpose of promoting business in Hollywood, making Hollywood great again.
Yeah, we asked Farish that
that's
when he was doing his Trump impersonation, but yeah.
So kind of cool. Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, John Voight. Yeah, that's right. Sean did say this. So
I was looking up John Voight.
Cool.
You know, John Voight's 86 years old now. Feels like yesterday he was just, the prime of his movie career. I'll always remember him as Bud Kilmer from Varsity Blues.
Dad of Angelina Jolie. She won't be joining that
that's
group,
right.
I
He
guess.
is. Yeah.
What is it with you and Varsity Blues? This is the worst movie
Iconic
ever.
high school football
John
movie.
Voight was in Midnight Cowboy, which is one of the greatest movies of all time. You remember him from Varsity Blues. Oh, God.
Oh, leave him alone.
It never ends.
Did we even get to this?
No,
Trump, that Donald J. Trump on True Social, he announced that the Trump team has demanded of the FBI that they retain all of the information on the shuttering of the DEI office.
Do not destroy any of those documents. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So we got that going on. There's so much. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That was that 4 or 5?
That was like 8. I don't care. It was good. I liked it. A lot of national, a lot of local. Good mix. Great work.
Big 3.
You have a sponsor? You
Nope.
good? All right. We'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history. We will make our McCausland Lock Eagle prediction for the playoff game on Sunday, and also a $50 gift card to Macy's for the Morning Mystery movie clip.
Nice.
We've omitted it for a few days. Jimmy Kelly's in my ear every day. Are we going to do the movie clip? We're doing the movie clip today, Jimbo. And we'll do it when we come back. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company.
Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. With rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's been a while since I could hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I first saw you.
9:41 live on a Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Christy Nome officially on the hot seat. I'm sure Dawn will have some thoughts on that coming up. We'll find out precisely what she has lined up in just about 15 minutes. Dawn show coming up 10 o'clock this morning. Our morning mystery movie clip for a $50 gift card to Macy's.
Yeah.
That's right. And also our Eagles playoff picks and today in music history. But Stocker still has a bullet in the chamber.
Let me just say this before we go to the morning mystery movie clip. Today is, I believe it's Betty White's birthday, or it would have been.
Would have been.
Obviously.
Betty in heaven.
Yes. So I believe that is the clue for the morning mystery movie clip for the $50 Macy's gift card.
That's right.
Can I talk real fast here about Laura Karen? You guys know who Laura Karen is?
2 first names like Mark Wayne.
She is an elementary school teacher in, I think this is Cape May County.
Oh, I saw this on ABC.
Yeah.
Middle Township Elementary School in New Jersey. She was arrested after she allegedly, I say allegedly, raped one of her students over several years, resulting in her becoming pregnant with the student's child. The student was 11 years old when the sexual relationship began. She's 34, by the way.
Ew.
I just look, the guy in me, the guy in me is just like, wow, because she's attractive, but my God, the
teacher you're talking.
Yes, the scarring on this kid. Oh my Lord! All right, let's roll the 6 ABC report, Phil, if you can.
She was trusted by the school district and by parents, but tonight a 5th grade teacher in Cape May Courthouse is accused of having a sexual relationship with one of her students.
Oh boy.
Detectives say the abuse started when the child was 11 and lasted for years, and that the two share a child.
My Lord.
Wednesday night, I'm Shari Williams. Rick has the night off. The big story on Action News tonight is a South Jersey teacher behind bars accused of sexually assaulting a young boy and having a child with him. Action News reporter Leland Pender has the story from Cape May County, and detectives say the investigation is far from over.
Middle Township Police and the Cape May County Prosecutor's Office both investigating here. Prosecutors say these alleged crimes occurred between 2016 and 2020, but the arrests just coming Wednesday. They're now asking anyone that might have even more information to please come forward. Once a 5th grade teacher, now behind bars with bond revoked. 34-year-old Laura Karen was taken into custody at a home on Orbit Drive Wednesday in Cape May Courthouse. Prosecutors allege she sexually assaulted a former student for several years and had his baby.
Do you know Miss Karen? There's nothing to see here.
There's no one that wants to speak with you.
This unidentified man pulled up to the home while we were there. A short time later, another woman appeared from the home after we'd already left.
Do you want to talk to us?
No, I want you to leave.
You came outside. Please, I'm willing to talk to you. Authorities say the abuse began when the victim was 11 years old. According to the criminal complaint, a few years later, Karen gave birth to the victim's baby. Karen taught at Middle Township Elementary No. 2, and the victim was once her student. Prosecutors say Karen and the victim's family became friends, leading to the victim and his siblings staying overnight with Karen once or twice a week, but at some point they began living with Karen permanently.
Oh, my Lord.
You know, I saw this floating around yesterday. I'm trying to figure out like what I can say beyond the obvious. I saw this. There was a screen grab of a column written from the New York Times. I'm not sure if it was in connection to this story, but the story was written in 2014. It was one of these opinion pieces, and I believe the headline, I can't find it now, but it was something to the effect of pedophilia is not a crime, it's a condition or a disease. And I'm just thinking to this case specifically here. And I know, Dawn, you talk about it. We joke about it. You see pedophiles around every corner you go. Mm-hmm. And this is not about teachers, because we always hear about these teachers that end up having these relationships with minors. I'm trying to understand where the disconnect in the brain is, or maybe it doesn't come from the brain. Maybe it comes from another part of the body, where at 34 years old, you find anything remotely interesting about an 11-year-old. Guy, girl, guy, doesn't matter. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know where that originates from.
So she was 28 years old at the time, and the victim, this all started when the victim was 11. And the weird part of this is this story broke. She was just in court yesterday. The weird piece of this is that the victim's father commented on social media just this past Christmas, commenting and posting about her son, and just sort of lightheartedly said, wow, look at this lady's kid, her 5-year-old son, looks so much like my son and my family.
Oh, my God.
She was a teacher, and we were, you know what I mean? But the father, the parents, the family were oblivious to this, obviously. And that led to a sibling of the 11-year-old, victim to confess and say, well, actually, yeah, you know what I mean? Like that led to.
Didn't they say the kid was sleeping over the teacher's house?
Yes,
where were the parents for that?
Right. How does that happen?
And so it doesn't. To the point that you make about pedophiles, they can, if only we could know what a pedophile looks like. So look at her face, and she's an accused pedophile, and it's a sick thing. So don't trust your kids with anybody, people. The sleepover stuff, do not trust. She's a very, I'm sure she was a nice 28-year-old teacher who they thought was lovely and helping them out. No.
It's so interesting because we would have it would be a completely different reaction if this was a male teacher and an 11-year-old or 13-year-old girl. This would be this would be looked at with like pitchforks and everything like that. And like I jokingly said, she's, but that's just how society looks at things. Mm-hmm. Like we don't look at little boys being raped as actual rape, because it's like, you scored with an older woman. Like, no, that's just like
no. But this is an 11. So this boy at 11, 1 year older than Nick's daughters. So think about this. And I'm a mom of boys. Boys at 11 are way more immature socially than any 11-year-old girl. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is gross.
Yep, it is. It is. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring everybody down with that. I just wanted to get to this story.
God, I need a bath.
I know.
Yuck.
All right.
You want to do the morning mystery movie clip?
Yeah, let's do the morning mystery movie clip for a $50 gift card to Macy's, baby.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you know how your husband died?
Oh, yes. I killed him.
And how would you have accomplished this, ma'am?
He was very sick, and he refused to go to a doctor. He'd be coherent one day and incoherent the next. And, well, one coherent day, he asked me to end his suffering. Finally, I just gave in. And I hit him on the head with a skillet, then buried him under the bulkhead. Well, dig him up if you don't believe me, Sherlock.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And no, that is not Jill Biden saying what she did to Joe Biden, but that is a movie from about 26 years ago, roughly. I think it's a pretty good one. A-list cast of characters as well in that movie. But if you can identify it by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get a $50 gift card to Macy's. Did you receive a Macy's gift card over the holidays in celebration of National Use Your Gift Card Day? That's tomorrow, Saturday, January 18th. You can use your gift card on something you love at Macy's. Caller 12 855-839-1210. Because, after all, every day is National Something Day. Tomorrow's National Gift Card Day. All right, let's get to what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of John Crawford from Berlin, who's 65, Susanna Hosh from the Bangles, who's 66, Paul Young, who's 69, Mick Taylor from the Rolling Stones, who's 76, and Kid Rock, who's 54. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Andy Rourke from the Smiths and John Wysocki from Stained. We also lost Van Conner from the Screaming Trees in 2023 and Dale Griffin from Mott the Hoople in 2016. Sings include Heart of Gold by Neil Young in 72. Albums include the Stones' first EP in 64, The Burning by British Lion in 2020, The World Is Yours by Motorhead in 2011, and Planet Waves by Bob Dylan in 74. Also in 76, the Blues Brothers made their first appearance on SNL. In 75, Blondie and Television performed at CBGB's. In 87, Bon Jovi's Slippery When Wet was atop the album chart. In 78, Simple Minds played their first show. In 2001, Jason Newsted leaves Metallica. In 92, Mick Jagger attends the premiere of his film Free Jack. In 71, Marvin Gaye performed the national anthem at Super Bowl V. And in 2008, Gene Simmons is the third contestant fired by Donald Trump on season 7 of Celebrity Apprentice.
It's amazing.
But lastly, on this day in 81, Motley Crue is formed.
Wow.
For Kayal Company.
Nice.
I'm Phil Almquist.
Unbelievable work out of you, Phil Almquist. Oh, yeah, here we go. Sunday, Lincoln Financial Field. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. Philadelphia Eagles, they are a 6-point favorite. And according to what I'm seeing here, 65% of the betting public is taking the Rams and the points.
Really?
What?
Yeah. They're buying in. They're buying in. Play for your city. Yeah. Well, you're going to come into Philadelphia. It's going to be cold. It's going to be snowy. Eagles, blowout city, 34-13.
I'm going to go Eagles. I'm going to take the Eagles, and I think they're going to win by 7. Eagles 26, Rams 19.
Dawn Stensland. Stats Stensland, I should
I know,
say.
you took mine. Stocker took mine, so I'll do a different one. I'm going to say it's going to be closer. I'm going to say 24-23. Eagles win.
So she's taking, 65% of the
She's
country
taking the points.
She's taking the points, yeah.
Eagles win a close one for her.
Win one for Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, they say.
Philip?
I also think it will be close. But remember, I am a Jets fan, so I'm going Rams.
Uh-oh.
28, Eagles 27.
Wow.
No.
Wow, man.
Haven't picked against the Eagles all year, but I am right here.
How about that? Coming in here hot at 9:53.
It's a Friday. That's how I roll.
There we go.
Blasphemy, blasphemy.
All right. There you have it. I've got the Eagles covering. Stocker has the Eagles covering. Dawn has the Eagles winning, but not covering. And Phil, by the way, if you want the Rams on the money line, plus 222 on your money. So
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. The Dawn Show is 6 minutes and 17 seconds away, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 a.m.
Yeah, and speaking of that, 6.5 minutes, SCOTUS, Supreme Court, may let us know what's going on with TikTok. That could be coming down. Kristi Noem on the hot seat. We'll have the latest on the Israel deal, the hostages, and talk about American hostages. Oh, my goodness. There's so much. What is Trump talking about on True Social? I'll get to all of that. The local, the good, the bad, the ugly. interviewing somebody that I've known that I worked with years ago. She's an incredible investigative journalist, reporter, and anchor in Los Angeles. So she's going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour. Somebody who just really brought a lot of heart to the reporting of what's really going on. And you'll hear from her. She's just a great investigative reporter and somebody who she works for actually CNN, but everybody at CNN should follow her lead with what's going on. But you'll see what her investigation is finding, the very latest.
Okay.
There's so much breaking right now. I can't wait to share it with you. So we'll continue.
All right. Dawn Show coming up next. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy.
The Eagles.
And we hope to see all of you Monday morning at the NAC,
All
6
of
a.m.
you. We're ordering all of you to be there by 6 a.m.
Yes.
We hope that you will be there before us. Be
Yes.
there before us. Show up. Come on, people.
We
Show
start
up.
at 6 a.m.
Come on, let's go. You're not doing anything.
All right. Hopefully we see you Monday. Big day. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look